I'll start the meeting when everybody's video and, well, video is on at least. Because we're unmuting ourselves to speak with the space bar and
okay, I think we are live.
Unmuting ourselves to speak with the space bar and is that the YouTube video?
Yep.
In the background? Okay.
So we're live and all set. So you are welcome to call the meeting to order.
Great. Can you unblock my video?
Can do.
Thanks.
Okay, it is 7:01 and I will call this Planning Commission meeting on Monday, April 6th to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Radnich,
Commissioner Farzan,
You gotta push your space bar.
push the space bar down to
Commissioner
unmute.
Launch, push your space
Commissioner
bar
Heising,
to unmute you while you have to keep it down while you're talking.
Commissioner Maggio.
Can you hear me right? Can you hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay, mine, just so you know, mine doesn't seem to be spacebar driven. Commissioner Labange,
And Commissioner Heising, is your space bar working? No, we can't hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute all.
Commissioner Heising. Did that come across?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Commissioner Mason? The space bar is not working for you. That's
go ahead, Commissioner Mason. Oh, you just went back on mute.
Here. Oh, how about now? Commissioner Mason?
Yes.
yes, great. Thank you.
Commissioner Radnich is here too. So
Right, I think I heard her. Is your space bar working?
yep, I'm
Great.
here.
very good.
Great. And I think when we make any votes tonight, we'll be doing a roll call vote, just so we have a good record. And I'll take this time to talk about the protocol for the meeting for the public. So if at the top of our agenda, there are detailed instructions about submitting public comment prior to the meeting, and you needed to specify that you were submitting, there we go, a public comment to be read by staff during the meeting in your subject line of your email. But we will also be taking public comment during the meeting. So you'll be emailing staff and they will be receiving those emails and keeping track of them while the meeting's ongoing. Just like our typical meetings, we'll have public comment for items not on the agenda coming up shortly. And then during the item, you'll be able to submit public comment. But it needs to be during the public comment period before we move on to the rest of the item and bring it back to the commission. And if you are needing a little more time to submit your public comment because typing is an issue or something for you, then you can just send staff a quick email and ask for that. But Greg, do you want to add anything else?
No, that is the protocol that's been set up to allow the public to view all of the participants in a meeting that would normally be at the staff table and on the dais, and submit comments in real time to staff. We will read them into the record. The city council used this protocol this afternoon and it worked pretty successfully.
Great. And then also so I wanted to request to pull a couple items off the consent calendar. And do I do that now before I ask for a motion to adopt the agenda?
When the consent calendar comes up.
Okay. So do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved by,
So moved by Commissioner Radnich. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Mason. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Are there any objections?
I
So
think
we'll
I
call that unanimous.
carried unanimously. Okay. Do we have any public comments for items not on the agenda? Sorry, I was just scanning through, so I didn't see your face. So let me know verbally. Did you shake your head, Greg, or are you looking?
I'm looking in the planner email and not seeing any for items not on the agenda.
Okay. So then we'll move on to the consent calendar. So based on public comments we receive, I'd like to request that we pull items 6C and D off the consent calendar. Item 6C was requested to be pulled off the consent calendar due to request in public comment for information from commissioners and the opportunity to give more public comment on the item. And then item 6D was requested through public comment to be removed from the consent calendar, not because of any details of the project, but rather because it's an action item on a land use proposal, and the public comment expressed concern about making actions on land use decisions and this non-traditional meeting that we are having to do now. So I think our standard practice is that if a member of the public requests that something be pulled from the consent calendar, then we do that. So
Yeah, and if we could, if there are no public comments under item 4 on the agenda, if we can move into item 5, the special presentation, and then
oh, sorry.
that's a-okay.
Okay.
When we come to item 6, the consent calendar, we can pull items.
Okay, sorry about that. All right, so item 5, A, capital improvement program update and proposed 5-year street maintenance list recommendation for 2020 and 2021. We're ready for our staff report.
Thank you, Chair Sturm and Commissioners. I am back before you with a capital improvement program with a 1-year requested program and a 5-year street maintenance list. We have met coming up with the street maintenance list twice with CPAC, Capital Project Assessment Committee. Commissioner Heising is part of that group. And we've come up with basically what the council requested last year, which is a street list. It's about the value of about $2.65 million per year to maintain a pavement condition index of 76 so that we maintain the roads that we've built up and we don't let them slip, because they were in jeopardy of slipping if we do not spend about that much each year. So the bulk of the money spent on this proposed 2020-2021 capital improvement project is in fact that preventative maintenance street program. I have also a flashing beacon pedestrian crossing proposed at the new roundabout. That is subject to getting some grant funding, which I have some hope that we will receive, more hope than previous recent grant opportunities we've had. And then there are a couple of parks and recreation projects that engineering will be involved with. You are probably all certainly aware of the Batwing property. There are some soil erosion and stabilization issues on that property. We knew that before we purchased it, and some money was allocated to deal with some sliding there and stabilize that, so that that will be a very nice and secure area for open space and trails. And then also a maintenance project at our Buckeye Fields, which is kind of just If you've been there, there's some uneven concrete decking and we need to repair that. So it's basically a maintenance list. There are no new projects per se. We have other projects like our BART project that you've seen before that construction will certainly overlap with this list, but I don't have any other projects. In addition to this, we just have the 5-year proposed maintenance list for street maintenance, and that is really just to keep our pavement condition index in good condition. So, and it's a list we have to generate every other year. This is our every other, and it shows approximately 2.65 million being spent per year. There is an inflation factor that rolls into that, so you could say that it's in base dollars, but we would expect revenues to go up with inflation as well, so that we hopefully don't lose ground. But anyway, I need to show this to you, and I need the commission to find it in conformance with our general plan. The next step would be to go to City Council, where they would have to adopt this program and allocate the funding. And then finally, I would submit a resolution to the California Transportation Commission as a third step so that we could receive our SB1 gas tax funding. That's a requirement they have. They have some pretty stringent reporting requirements every year, and that is due by May 1st. So I will add that this program normally is shown to the Transportation and Circulation Commission prior to coming to the Planning Commission. I have not been able to do that this year. I had intended to. It was supposed to go there at the beginning of March, but as you know, we haven't had a lot of meetings, so those public meetings have been canceled. It's not a requirement that I do that or an order of process, such as this meeting where I do need you to find in conformance with the general plan, but I have informed them I will still sort of retroactively, if you will, bring this program back to them for their review, where they could put nitty-gritty comments in like, hey, you really should add a crosswalk here, or what about this pedestrian walkway here, and things like that. So it's a little backwards this year. My apologies for that, but I haven't had much choice. In order to meet our May 1st deadline for the California Transportation Commission, I did need to get it in front of this commission basically now.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for staff?
I have a quick question. Hi, Mike. It's Commissioner Farzan for the record, I guess, just to be clear. Just a quick question. Are there any concerns regarding the gas tax coming in at the amount or the SB1 gas tax, considering transportation has gone down tremendously and we don't know how long that's going to continue? So I'm just putting that out there.
So yes, in fact, 20 minutes ago was working on my staff report for the City Council, and I made that exact point that revenues from gas tax, both SB1 gas tax and traditional gas tax, as well as Measure J, which is based on sales tax, may certainly go down this next year. And I'm leaving the caveat for the City Council that if revenues do decrease, that we may need to reduce our plan. But that could be decided in the fall when we're basically doing our final budget for the fiscal year we're in now. But certainly it's a very good point, and I made the exact same one in my staff report to council.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? I'm sort of,
Commissioner Heising had a question, I believe.
Yeah, not a question, but more of a comment. I just wanted to thank Mike for his work on this. And we did see this at CPAC and went through the staff report and all the numbers in detail. And Mike's done a great job putting this together. And I would make a motion that we find this in conformance with the general plan.
do I have a second?
Second.
Oh,
Second.
were there any other comments before the second? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, we're gonna do a roll call
All
vote.
right.
Commissioner Maggio,
Aye.
Commissioner Heising,
Aye.
Commissioner Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farshad. Farshad.
Aye.
Farshad. Wait, say it again. I didn't hear. Okay. Commissioner Labange,
Aye.
Commissioner Radnich,
Aye.
and Commissioner Sturm. Aye. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mike. Sorry, I tried to skip over you.
Okay,
I was looking at my notes on the agenda.
that's fine.
Okay, so we'll move on to the consent calendar. So my request was to pull items 6C and 6D off of the consent calendar in response to public comment. So I'll make a motion to do that. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Greg, do we really need to do a roll call vote, or do you?
Would we make a motion to approve all items except those 2 items?
Greg, you're muted.
You need not have a motion and seconds to pull an item for consent,
Oh,
but Commissioner Heising is correct. If so, those items at any commissioner's request will be pulled off. And then a motion to adopt the remainder of the consent calendar would need a motion, second, and vote.
Okay, so, but do you need a roll call? Do we need to keep doing the roll call vote, or can we do a voice vote?
I think for the consent calendar, you could do voice vote, ayes and any objections, and then we can identify members as need be.
Chair Stern, I believe I have to recuse myself from the consent calendar since this is my first meeting and I haven't participated on any of these items. Staff, is that correct?
That's correct. It would be advisable to recuse yourself. So we'll note that for the record.
Thank you.
And Chair Stern, to avoid confusion on these digital meetings, remember there are 2 Gregs here.
Oh, right, sorry. Okay, so then do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of the 2 items that I've asked to be pulled off?
I
So
so
moved.
Did you remove C?
Yes. See, item 6C, Hillside Development Permit 1718. And item 6D, Land Use Permit 0319. So I think I had a motion by Commissioner Mason and a second. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by, I'm sorry, who said, Commissioner Labange?
Yes.
Okay, second by Commissioner Labange. All in favor?
aye.
Aye.
And I think the motion carried unanimously.
Any objections?
Okay. So then we will visit the items pulled off the consent calendar now. So item 6C, Hillside Development Permit 1718, variance 819, and tree permit 2519. Oh, sorry, wait. Sorry. Variance 618, tree permit 3319, Richard Holt for Lumber Properties, R10 zoning. So since we're reopening this item, we don't have a staff report. But we can open public comment if staff has public comments that they need to share.
Yes, we have several public comments. We have 4 that we'll read at a normal cadence for 3 minutes each. So the first one, I will share my screen here. We need the chair to remove their screen sharing so I can share mine. First is from Jonathan Spieler at 14 Sessions Road. Why have not all planning commissioners visited lot 66? When Ms. Stern visited the site, she recognized our concerns and was willing to explain why she was unable to make the findings. Why have not all planning commissioners reviewed Mr. Holt's 2008 application, which was denied? One commissioner stated that Holt's 2020 project was different from his previous project, but this is really not true. This current project is virtually the very same project which was denied in 2008. And if commissioners visited the site, they would understand why. Lot 66 is so constrained that even a talented architect simply does not have very many options with which to maneuver. It would seem logical to review why the project was denied in 2008. Why is the city ignoring the letter from Ned Robinson of July 2nd, 28, regarding the easement issue? Mr. Robinson's complete letter is part of the staff report of March 2nd, 2020. He states that the city has recognized this private easement by allowing all of the development in Peters subdivision and in Northridge. The city should not start playing judge and jury as to the extent of that easement. That is an issue for a court to decide. If Dick Holt feels he has the right to build a house on the property, let him bring quiet title or other appropriate legal action to determine the rights of the parties. In the meantime, the city should take no action on this application whatsoever. Possibly the best evidence that these easements exist over the entire lot is the fact that Mr. Holt was able to acquire the property for a reported $400.
I want video.
When vacant lots in the area are presently selling in excess of $200,000. The city should not be a party to this attempted windfall at the expense of the Uphill neighbors. We concur with Pam and Jeff that it should be impossible for the commission to make the required findings set forth by the city without granting special privilege to Mr. Holt. That is the end of the comment from Jonathan Spieler, 14 Sessions Road.
Jonathan, before you move on, can you make sure your microphone is better situated towards your mouth? It's hard to hear you.
Okay. Thank you. So we move on to a comment from Jeff Harmon. Planning commissioners, before I get started, I would like to thank Chairwoman Stern for actually visiting the site and providing a well-reasoned summary of factors that should be taken into account when considering a variance from important setback requirements. Factors such as the applicant knowing full well the constraints of the lot when he purchased it for a nominal price because of its unbiddable designation. We'd also like to thank Commissioner Mason for questioning why city staff would ignore its own policy for recognizing easements, especially when it's so clearly applicable to this application. We commend him for being skeptical of the answer provided by Senior Planner Wolf, who attempted to undermine the broad policy statement by attributing it to a rogue intern. However, given the constrained time limits and spurious nature of this meeting, I'm going to focus on just one of the 7 findings that prior planning commissioners and the Lafayette City Council could not make, interjecting a near identical proposition to this back in 2009. That is the preservation of open space and physical features, including drainage swells. Now, it is not difficult to identify that the entirety of this planned building site is a drainage swell. Our focus group of 3rd graders had no trouble doing so. Planning city staff, as well as a couple of the approving commissioners, have themselves also referred to the site as a draining swell during those deliberations. What is missing is a logical extension of how that conclusion applies to the making of a finding necessary for preservation of physical features. Because to make such a finding, any approving commissioner would have to believe One, that this proposed building site is not a drainage well, or two, that you only have to preserve the extent feasible, which is weasel wording contained in a couple of other findings required, but not this one. Or three, that commissioners have the discretion as to which of the required findings to enforce. Emphasis on required. So which is it? We would like city staff and the 4 approving commissioners from last meeting to answer how they made this finding. And we would ask them to refrain from deflecting and making silly off-topic remarks, such as likening this to attitudes of "not in my yard." There are serious issues and consequences here that merit a direct answer to the question posed. Lastly, I'd like to share some good evidence that my mama gave me when I faced a moral hazard problem as a child. She said, "Son, it's never too late to do the right thing." The advice that has served me well over the years. I would direct it to those of you who believe that staff and the commission have created a false sense of obligation due to some premature citing massive feedback. That will be all for this evening. Just want to check on the audio if it's good.
It's still a little muffled, in my opinion.
It's very hard to understand what you're saying, Jonathan.
Sorry, let me try without the headphones. I apologize.
Yeah. You have a bit of an echo going.
Go back to where you were.
No.
Okay, so we'll move on to comment from Jeff Schwartz. And is that audio better? Okay, my apologies. Jeff Schwartz of 1139 Sierra Vista Way. We are disappointed by the Planning Commission's failure to listen and digest the neighbors' input regarding the buildability of Lot 66 and request that the Lot 66 application be removed from the April 6th consent calendar in order to facilitate further discussion. At the first hearing on January 6, 2020, per the stance of the Planning Director Greg Wolf and City Attorney Mala Sabranian, all 6 commissioners followed staff suggestions and jumped right into discussing the sizing and massing issues without any knowledge of Lot 66 history and constraints. Staff must fully investigate the history of Lot 66 and provide a full accounting of record to the Planning Commission. The Northgate subdivision requirements prove that Lot 66 was deemed a non-buildable lot. In order for the subdivision to be built, the city required that Peter Jakovia remove a water meter, build a sidewalk on Sierra Vista Way on the south side of Lot 66, build a retaining wall, plant trees and oleanders, all to create a formal entrance for the subdivision and create privacy for my residents. Had the lot been deemed potentially buildable, these things would not have been required, and a house would have been built there decades ago, along with other homes up the hill on 4.5 acre lots. This controversial building application is on the consent calendar, and you are being asked to approve the project despite sizable issues concerning the sizing, massing, and exact location of the home and driveway. So far, we have not seen that the Planning Commission can make the findings for variances. When you say you make the finding, you never explain how or with any detail. The multiple requests defy concrete rules set forth by the Planning Commission and grant multiple special privileges to Mr. Holt. 1, construction and drainage well. 2, removing 12 redwood trees. 3, allowing 4 driveways, all a row on a blind curve on Sierra Vista Way. 4, disregard for privacy. The revised plans will still cause headlights and views into my 4 bedrooms, 16 feet from my house. 5, removal of our only private exterior space in our backyard. 6, exceeding height requirements, exceeding excavation requirements, exceeding slope requirements, exceeding allowable permeable coverage requirements, exceeding setback requirements, creating a variance to turn a road into a buildable lot. Ms. Sturm's thoughtful assessment at the March 3rd meeting was spot on because she explained why she cannot make the findings. In contrast, Ms. Randonich and Mr. Heising concluded that they can make the findings. However, they gave no evidence to support the decision, only that they can make the findings. We deserve to hear why and how they can make the findings before they approve the project. Mr. Labange's assessment, quote, if the Swartz home was not there and there was no neighbor or no issue or neighbor, we wouldn't have pushed these guys farther. We asked the applicant we asked the applicant to ask for a bigger variance, end quote. So what? Asking Holt to move his house to the west was a poor and premature request in the first place, but it has no bearing on the right to the diner. Ms. Sturm said she changed her view on the variances because the primary constraints are something that the owner is party to. He has the ability to address the easements. Mr. Blanche claimed that what happened with Lot 66 former owner Mr. Jacovia is irrelevant. This is not true. Greg, can I get a time check, please? During the March 3rd hearing, several commissioners said that they wanted to move ahead with approval because they had already asked Mr. Holt to revise the project plans, and in essence, they felt bad if they were to now deny the project. From the beginning, we neighbors implored the commission to fully investigate the buildability of Lot 66 before moving forward with site and massing changes, etc. While the commission may be hesitant to backtrack now, it would be the most prudent path before going any further down a slippery slope. Approving the project will not change the constraints of the law and will indeed pave the way for appeals, legal battles, a waste of city resources, and set a dangerous precedent for other lots in the city. Please respect the parameters set forth for the development of this lot when it was a part of the Northridge development. Lot 66 was removed as a buildable share of this subdivision lot in the 1980s. Vote no on approving Mr. Holt's project, as did your predecessors, parentheses, Lafayette Planning Commission and Lafayette City Council in 2008. No, it's not the same project, but as it was pointed out by the Commissioner Mason, if you're going to put that on the record, the Planning Commission better consider the entire history of everything that is on the record. Question: if it isn't a case of special privilege, what circumstances would constitute special privilege? Please answer now, as we deserve to know what the Planning Commission's specific definition of special privilege is. We're listening to the YouTube channel now. Jeff Swartz, 1139 service.
And apologies, Jonathan, I did not start the 3-minute timer when you began reading that. I was trying to troubleshoot the audio. It's a little kind of white noise along your audio and a little bit echoey. So I will make sure to start the timer.
Okay. Here we go. We're on our last public comment from Pam Swartz, also 1139.
Excuse me, Jonathan?
Yes.
To correct that, the proper pronunciation of the gentleman's name is Pitar Jacovina of Pitar's Restaurant in Lafayette.
Thank you. I'm going to share the screen for this last one. Pam Swartz, 1139, Sierra Vista Way. And here we go. At the March 3rd, 2020 hearing, the Planning Commission asked staff if the city would indemnify the commission members if they approve the project in our later suit. This isn't the speculation a clear indication that the commission is wading into murky waters should they approve the project? We observe a planning commission that has relied on bias and uninformed staff reports by the Lafayette Planning Department. It appeared that the commission had no idea about the history and constraints of Lot 66 project because staff chose to ignore those important facts. At every meeting, I have opened with a statement that Lot 66 has never been considered buildable, as have my fellow neighbors. With the commission's fast forward and premature stance to at once consider siting and massing issues forced me to address the project so it would not invade my home's privacy. Let me be clear, we are not offering input on the project design because we think a home should be built there, but only because the commission is refusing to do its due diligence to ensure that Lot 66 is buildable, and not just take staff's word for it. We firmly believe that if you feel obligated to allow development of Lot 66, it can only be done without granting special privilege and without granting any variances. Any structure must be small and shoehorned into the steep, limited space with proper setbacks. Its current size and massing needs to be revisited, and the commissioner's job is to address the findings in detail with real explanations of how they make the findings. The drainage swell, trees, drainage, privacy, setbacks, non-permeable surface coverage, more than 50 cubic yards of soil excavation, 25% slope, building height, square footage, fire access, dangerous intersection, character of the neighboring homes, etc. We keep hearing from the commission that Mr. Holt is entitled to make a profit on this property. However, he is not entitled to build a large home on the northeast corner of a half-acre lot bisected by a road. That will negatively impact 22 property owners in the uphill subdivisions, and most dramatically invade our privacy on Sierra Vista Road. Finally, we and our neighbors have asked numerous times which commission members have visited the site in person. Only 2 members have confirmed, and after seeing lot 66 and the new story poles, as a result, both have not been able to make the findings. Please provide a direct answer from each commission member to be put on record tonight. Following the reading of this letter, please state whether you have visited the site, and if you have not, explain why not, and why you do not think visiting the site is important to your decision. If you choose not to answer, you must not approve the project. Thank you. And that concludes the public comment that we received for this project.
I'm going to check the planner@lovelafayette.org email. And it looks like a few questions have come in. A couple related to Mr. Fox's audio. And so simultaneously to Mr. Fox's audio was the actual video of the thing he was reading. So I will just note that all of the written comments that have been submitted, whether or not they are read or read in their entirety, will be made part of the public record. So those comments are part of the public record, regardless of whether they were verbalized by staff or not. Okay. So I believe Ms. Swartz has had her public comment read into the record, and I will grant her this one additional question. She had not fully used her 3 minutes. It reads, are you going to have the commission answer our question as to who has visited the site and why not, ? So commissioners are welcome to speak to any and all of the public comment. The item was pulled from consent, and so the choices before the commission at this point are to entertain a motion to reopen the deliberations on the matter. It was placed on consent by majority vote at the last meeting with direction to staff to prepare an approval resolution and place the matter on the consent calendar. So you're also able to entertain a motion if someone were to move staff's recommendation, or you can direct staff otherwise. But absent a vote to reopen the deliberations, a motion second and a majority vote, staff would recommend to be consistent with your last direction and take a vote on the resolution as it is before you.
Okay, so right now is the opportunity for commissioners to take turns. If you'd like to address the question of whether you visited the site, and then if you'd like to go back and give sort of more detailed specifics on why you can make the findings if you voted in favor of the application. So,
So,
is that just- sorry. Staff, are you gonna- why don't we just, okay, Commissioner Farsan?
thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. So I'll go ahead and answer the first question, whether I've been to the site. I have been, and that was before this project first came to us. So that was 2 meetings ago, at least, from what I recall. So I'll answer that question for the record. I believe I said it before. Maybe people don't recall it. With respect to specific details, it's hard to do that here because we don't have the report in front of us. This is supposed to be a consent item, so it's hard to go over the specifics of it. So it's hard for me to make that detailed description for the record, although I think we've done that. And I said before I could make the findings, but in fairness to the people who've asked, I have been to the site. It was before the project first came to us.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Mason? Wait, you gotta unmute yourself or press the space bar.
Yes, I've been to the site. I give the architect credit. They did the best job he could with a bad situation. My previous vote was against the project, and I haven't seen anything to change that. But again, I also don't have the report in front of me.
Thank you. Commissioner Radnich?
I've been to the site twice. The first time I noted in our first hearing in January that I've been to the site, I got out, I walked around. The second time was before our last hearing, and that time I just stayed in my car, but I drove up to the top and drove back down past, so I guess the west side of the project site, up Sessions Road. So I've been there twice.
And then Commissioner Radnich, did you have any comments you wanted to make regarding why you can make the findings?
Not at this time. I'll just echo Commissioner Farzan that I wasn't prepared tonight. I don't have it in front of me, but at the last hearing, I voted in favor of the project, noting that I can make the findings.
Commissioner LaBonge?
Yes, I went out to the site before our first meeting, and I think I was verbal about that, but if it wasn't clear, I drove all the way up to the top. I came back down, I pulled under the trees, kind of where the driveway would be halfway from the street up to the house, proposed location of the house. I parked, I got out of my car, I walked around, I took a handful of photos. If anyone wants dated documentary proof, I can show them that. I was probably on the site for about 30 minutes. I walked down to the bottom. So that's answering that one. I do have it in front of me. I'm trying to look through it quickly, but I'm not really prepared to like relitigate everything that was stated before. But I did find for the findings before, and nothing's changed, and I have no change on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Maggio?
Yes, I just want to state again that I have to recuse myself from this item since I didn't participate in the other meetings, but I will mention that I did go out and I visited the site this week.
Thank you. And Commissioner Heising?
Yes, thank you. I too visited the site before our first hearing, and I drove to the top, drove back down, parked, got out, walked around. I did not take photos, but I did visit the site and looked at the proposed home location from various angles, and visited the site that one time.
Thank you. And I'll just say that the reason that some of the public comment mentioned that I visited this site, because I disclosed before the last meeting that when I went out there, the Swartz were home and offered that I could go on their property. When they questioned in some emails prior to our second hearing about whether commissioners had come out to the site. And I did tell them that my understanding is that everyone did, and that's standard practice. And sometimes we just forget to make a verbal mention of it in a meeting. But anyway, so just thank you for stating it again. So this
Chair Sturm.
staff. I'm just going to call you staff since Lafayette Planning.
Happy to be called staff. At 7:40, the planner email inbox received a public comment from Corey McClellan. I don't know if that came in, it came in timely with the commission beginning discussion. So I'd like to offer it to you now. Dear planning commissioners, I'm writing to you today in opposition to the removal of the protected redwood trees that would be removed if the Holt application were approved. As has been presented to the Planning Commission previously, those trees were planted by the 22 owners of our lot-to-lot easement over lot 66 to control drainage. Those easement improvements were made consistent with the language and rights of the easement, and therefore approval of this application and/or tree cutting permit would constitute a taking of property by the city of Lafayette. I strongly recommend that you direct the applicant to resolve the lot-to-lot easement issue prior to advancing this application any further. Failure to do so would expose the city to significant civil litigation and cause irreparable harm to the stability of the hill. Sincerely, Corey McClellan, 8 Sessions Road.
Thank you. So I think I heard from at least 2 of the commissioners that they didn't hear new information that was leading them to think that we should reopen this item for new or further action, I guess. I'll say that I did feel like the recent public comment was reiterating things that we had heard previously. Although one thing that did jump out to me, and I'm not certain if it's in fact new information or if it was mentioned in prior public comment, was the removal of the water meter. And I think, I don't remember which letter that was in, but there was mention that I guess it was a condition of approval when the site was developed as for access for the road and for the trail easement, that the water meter be removed. My assumption is that that's to prevent development as a single family home, but that's my assumption. And then I thought that the recent letters also highlighted the redwood trees as the condition of approval for that earlier development too. So anyway, I just wanted to put on the record that those 2 things seem like semi-new information to me. So at this time, and I'll ask staff, since we're not reopening this as a, since we're not reopening this at this time, and do I need to give the applicant a chance to say something? I see that they're on the Zoom call.
Correct. The applicant is typically in the room even when there's an item on the consent calendar, just in case the matter is pulled and questions come from the commission and are directed to the applicant. So they are available to answer questions, but it's customary once the public hearing is closed, there's no oral staff report provided, there's no presentation by the applicant. So given that the public was offered an opportunity to comment, it would be appropriate to allow the applicant to rebut any of those public comments. So I'll unmute Mr. Holt, and you can ask him if he'd like to make any rebuttal.
Okay, Mr. Holt, if you'd like, you have 5 minutes if you'd like to make a rebuttal to any of the public comment that we heard tonight. And we'd ask that you turn on your video,
Don't know how to do that.
preferably. You were on earlier. There we go.
I have no comment. Thank you. I'm just an observer, I guess, at this point. I wasn't clear whether it was Zooming or not. But I have no comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so right now I think we need to make some kind of a motion either to continue the resolution that we have before us to a future date, or to approve it, or to amend it, or open the vote again for potentially a different resolution. So and should we give like a head nod? Is everyone feeling like they want to, so actually, sorry, staff?
No, I saw Commissioner Radnich unmute herself, so I wanted to indicate that.
Okay, and my apologies for being a bit clunky on this. This is the first time that I've gone through this process.
And it is effective if you simply raise your hands. It's easy for the chair to see that you are desiring to speak.
And actually, can I, before Commissioner Radnich, before you say something, can I ask staff a question? Can you confirm the date that we need to make action on this, have an action on this project?
The statutory deadline for acting on this application is May 2nd. So
And does that include any appeals to the city council?
it does not include appeals.
Okay. And at this point, since we pulled it off the consent calendar, could we still take a vote now to adopt the approval resolution?
The commission this evening could approve it based on the resolution that is before the commission. You could have a motion, second, a majority vote to reopen the deliberations on it. And if the outcome of those deliberations is to a decision to continue it, you could continue it to a subsequent hearing. However, that hearing would also have to essentially follow this meeting format in that the shelter-in-place order it runs through May 3rd, and the statutory deadline, which has not been relaxed, the governor has relaxed many deadlines. The statutory deadlines for acting on planning applications have not been relaxed, so we are still obliged to meet our legal obligations to the applicant, and we would have to do so by May 2nd.
Okay. And even if the majority of the commission feels comfortable with continuing with the approval resolution, we could continue to a future meeting if people wanted time to prepare and be able to come back and be fully responsive to the question of why they can make the findings. Not that that's required, but that's another option.
It is an option to continue the matter. I think what we heard was that the commission over the course of the last 3 public hearings had articulated the reasons that the majority could support it, and staff wrote that rationale into the draft resolution. If the commission has any amendments that they would like to make to the draft resolution that's in the packet, we're happy to take those amendments. But that is the typical process, is the commission articulates its reasons based on staff's analysis, recommendations, and draft findings. That's memorialized in a draft resolution, and when the planning commission amends it or outright adopts it, that becomes the action document.
All right, Commissioner Radnich.
So this was kind of earlier when we were talking about the options for moving forward. So I can be prepared to make a motion. My motion, not making it, but my motion would be to adopt the resolution. If that's something that the majority feels we should move forward with.
I see one thumbs up. Commissioner Mason, you have to.
From the comments I'm hearing, I don't think if anybody has changed their opinion, they can just raise their hand. But I think that if we took a vote now, my guess would be it'd be just like we did the previous meeting. So if that's the case, I think we should just go ahead and move forward.
Okay. Okay, so I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Radnich?
I'm ready to make a motion. If that works. I move we adopt Planning Commission Resolution 2020-06, approving the requested Hillside Development Permit HDP 17-18 and secondary application subject to conditions.
Do I have a
Second.
second? Oh, second by
Second.
Commissioner Labange. All in favor?
Could you please do a roll call vote?
Sure, let's do a roll call vote. Commissioner Heising?
Aye.
Commissioner Farsan?
Aye.
Commissioner Labange?
Aye.
Commissioner Radnich?
Aye.
Commissioner Mason?
Nay.
And Commissioner Sturm, nay. The motion carries 4-2.
And there's a 14-day appeal period.
Great, thank you. And
If
Commissioner
any-
Maggio, recuse yourself.
Commissioner Maggio, you recused yourself. If there's an interested party desiring to appeal the matter, they can contact the staff planner for further instructions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so item 6D. I'm not sure what to do with this one. I felt compelled to, I mean, we got a request from the public to remove it from the consent calendar. What are our options here? There wasn't really a request for further public comment. It was just the fact that it was an action item and we were in this new meeting format.
So if the request to pull it off consent relates to the new meeting format, the city attorney has advised, and the city manager, city attorney, myself, the mayor have all been involved in both the city council meeting, which was held earlier this afternoon using this format, and this meeting holding this format. As I mentioned earlier, the governor's order has not relaxed any or suspended any statutory deadlines. So we are obliged to act and meet our statutory deadlines. And this meeting format is permissible under the current shelter-in-place orders, which have relaxed certain requirements of the Brown Act, such as providing a public space for individuals to gather and offer comment. So the city council has met this way twice already, as late as this afternoon. And so while not traditionally commonplace, it is the current situation of the city attorney's advised. It is consistent with the statutory orders that are in place. And so we are moving forward with our obligations under the current format. So staff would recommend adopting Planning Commission Resolution 2020-07, approving the requested land use permit and secondary application subject to conditions. I'll invite Mr. Fox to offer any comment if he understands anything differently.
Yes, thank you. I would like to make or recommend a modification to the conditions of approval. And then after I go through that, I believe the applicant who's on the call, Larry Thal, would also like to respond to staff's proposed conditions of approval. So if we navigate to, I'll show my screen, or Greg can navigate to the conditions, whichever.
Please proceed.
Okay. Would you mind exiting out of your screen? Sure. Okay, perfect. Take a look here. So the conditions of approval. I'd like to, these are staff's draft conditions in response to the commission's direction from the last meeting to come back with an approval resolution with conditions. I would like to amend condition number 8 to, the way it's currently worded, suggests that parking for the commercial kitchen is completely limited to just the front spaces, but I would like to reword it in a way stating that during the hours of 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., the unloading and loading associated with the commercial kitchen is limited to the front spaces. So just to kind of move around the prepositions to make it clear for the applicant to work with those conditions. So that's a minor one. And also like to amend number 11, stating that the property owner, it would require the property owner to submit a separate design review application. I'd like to amend that one just to say, to scratch out submit, because they've already applied for the design review application. It's just that the Planning Commission is taking action on the land use permit and the variance. And then as a condition of approval, the Design Review Commission will take action on the design review findings. So there's another small modification to that condition. And with that, we can turn it over to Larry, who would also like to propose some modifications.
Sorry. May I just really, before we get to Mr. Tall, so can we just go back to Jonathan to number 7?
Yes.
The change that you just submitted. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the language there. What is the difference that you're proposing?
It's just to reword the condition to put during the hours of 10 p.m. to 7 towards the beginning of the sentence, because I think that some people that would read this condition would come to the conclusion that excuse me, one second. It's to move the portion of the meeting, of the parking during 10 to 7 a.m. towards the beginning of the condition. It's not really going to change so much the content. It's just rephrasing it so that it's understandable for the so it would restrict parking, loading and unloading during 10 and 7 a.m. to just the front spaces.
Commissioner Farzan, does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it's not don't take any offense, Jonathan. It's not the best written sentence, but I don't think that moving it to the front or where it is changes it, but I understand the intent. So I get it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Thal, did you have comments you wanted to make?
Yes, thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
I wanted to start again by thanking you, and I don't want to repeat anything that's been gone over before. I did want to let you know I've talked with the owner of the property to the south of us twice since the last meeting. And I did receive an email from her and her real estate agent, and it says, "I'm super excited about your plans for the building, condos, winemaking, etc. Sounds like a wonderful thing for the community and neighborhood." And I think it's important that you know that the neighbor to the south and I seem to be on the same page and in agreement with the actions that have already been taken, specifically with regard to the deck. I wanted to clarify and discuss with you 4 of the conditions of approval. I think now it's 3. The way that 7 had been, or 8 had been written with regard to loading and unloading from the commercial kitchen, it was worded in such a way that loading could only be done from the front parking spaces and during the hours from 10 to 7. So I think Jonathan's suggestion makes that clear that loading and unloading can be done from the rear during hours other than 10 to 7. So I think that change is fine. With regard to 7, and this was not part of the motion that you approved on March 2nd, so I'm not really sure where this one came from, but what we want to do is make sure that individuals that come to taste wine at this location have the opportunity to see the winery. When I do wine tasting at a winery, that's an important part of that visit. And the way that this condition of approval is written, it would completely preclude anybody coming, visiting, tasting wine from being able to visit the winery, because it limits their activity to the ground floor only. They're not able to access the winery itself, which is the lower floor. And I understand the intent. I think the intent to reduce noise impact to adjacent residential properties is that has been done by the result or the restriction on the size of the decks. We've reduced the size of the decks by 50%. And as was discussed in the February 3rd meeting, there is nothing about this project that would be exempt from the noise ordinance. So I would hope that you would look at either the suggested language in the left-hand column, or at least consider modifying the language so that visitors for wine tasting would be able to also access the lower floor, which is the winery, and visit that. With regard to condition number 9, and this was it was actually, I guess a week ago, a friend of ours suggested we do something. They said that we could call it WOW, Wine on Wednesdays. And I started thinking, well, this condition would not allow us to have wine tasting on Wednesdays. So when Jonathan asked me originally to describe the operation, I did indicate that we were anticipating hours for wine tasting and sales would be Thursday through Sunday, 3 to 9. And that's still what we anticipate. However, I would hope that you would agree with our intent on being successful at this location. And at some point, I would hope that we could consider somewhat expanded hours. And also, it may work that Wednesday is a better day than, say, Thursday. But the way that this condition is worded, it forever precludes us from varying hours. And I wanted to call to your attention the fact that Wine Thieves has at their rear a wine bar and patio. There's actually a sign back there that says Wine Thieves Patio and Bar. And they frequently have events on during the summer anyway, in the back. And there are no limitations on their hours. So what you're doing with this, the way it's worded, is limiting me to 24 hours per week. Wine Thieves is open or can be open 61 hours. And I would hope that you would find some way to compromise so that there's at least some flexibility in how we operate this business down the road. And I'm not suggesting that there be no limitations. Obviously, suggesting that we not be allowed to operate between 10 p.m. and 10 a.m. And I'm suggesting that 60 hours a week wouldn't be unreasonable, although if you wanted to limit us to less than that, I guess I would understand that. And then the last one is with regard to design review. Jonathan indicated to me that he might be able to modify that. We actually submitted for design review in July 2019 and have not had any hearings or meetings on that. It seems like some of the issues you're referring to design review, at least according to this condition of approval, would involve the massing model and the scale that we've already submitted, that's already been reviewed. And I think what I'm asking for here is mainly clarification, because we would like our architect to be able to start some work. He was going to try to get as much as he could get done during this period, and would hope that we could describe for him a little bit better what to expect through design review. For example, would the massing of the building be dramatically changed, or are the decks again subject to review? So those are my comments. Again, I want to thank you for any consideration you'd be willing to give to those concerns.
Commissioner Mason?
As somebody who frequents Wine Thieves and has wine there, I don't see any reason why this applicant should be treated differently than Wine Thieves over the course of their operations. They're essentially the same business type, same business model.
Commissioner Farzan?
I'm generally open to that, but I guess my question there is, are there residential, is there residential right behind Wine Thieves? There is here. I think that's the difference that I would submit to everybody. I've been to Wine Thieves too, not that I frequent it, but my wife sure does. So don't tell her, it's on the record. But I guess that's the only difference that would make is I don't think there are houses all the way around Wine Thieves like there are for this establishment. That's the only thing I put.
Commissioner Heising?
Yeah, I just had a question for staff. Are we contemplating changing conditions of approval? And by doing that, are we opening up this hearing, or are we just going to move the consent calendar item with adjustments? Because if I just want to be clear what we're doing here, because we're starting to talk about the item.
There is one public comment that we received for this item. So if you do open it up, I would have the opportunity to read that as well. But the end result would be just making modifications to the draft resolution.
And given that you are not simply taking action on the draft resolution, that you are opening it up for discussion, deliberation, amendment of the conditions of approval, we would request that there be a motion, second, and majority vote to do that.
A motion, second, and majority vote to open it up. I thought we already did that by pulling it off the consent calendar. And then you need a motion for whatever we decide to go forward with.
We're getting into the realm of the merits of the application and the conditions under which a permit would or would not be granted. And so just to make it very clear and that it is being deliberated, at least the conditions of approval are, we would just ask for that affirmative action.
Okay. Do I have a motion to, just a motion to open it up for discussion and deliberation? Okay.
I move that we open it up for deliberation and consideration.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Mason? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Commissioner Heising, did you say, what was your vote?
Yeah, I'm fine with opening it back up.
Okay,
Aye.
so it was unanimous. Okay, so we're sort of doing this a little backwards. We've heard from the applicant and now we'll hear public comment that's been submitted.
Did you want me to answer the question that was asked?
Which question?
The question with regard, the one by Mr. Mason asking if there were residences, I think it was Mr. Mason.
Commissioner Farsan?
If there are residences behind Wine Thieves.
I don't know if he was asking, but sure, sure. I think he was saying that he noticed that there weren't.
Yes, there definitely are. They're on Cavallero Road, which is the road that goes adjacent to Wine Thieves, and there's residences immediately behind Wine Thieves.
I'm looking at the map. Or staff, do you want to, you could pull up the map.
Yes, I'll pull up the map.
So it looks like there is a residence right behind on the southern boundary of their parking lot. Okay,
Just unmute myself here for a second. So Wine Thieves is at 3401 Mount Diablo Boulevard. And the zoning for the adjacent residences is D1 residential. So they do have adjacent residential neighbors.
okay, thank you for confirming. Okay, do you want to go ahead? Do we have a question, any questions for staff? That I heard. Okay, then could you read the, oh. Mr. Wolf?
I think, so I think Mr. Thal correctly noted that Wine Thieves has a wine tasting room at the rear, at the basement level of their facility. And I think we've heard public comment on the subject application as it relates to noise and privacy, not of the basement level where the winery, where the winemaking will take place, but at the second and third levels above, as they sit above and have the potential to overlook and have noise and privacy impacts. So I think that is a distinction, that the tasting facility at the rear of Wine Thieves is at the basement level. And if you have been there, like Commissioner Farzan, there's no visibility of surrounding neighbors as far as I can recall. I've been there as well. But I think the comments that you've heard relate to the elevated nature of the deck, both at the second and third levels of the subject application, and whether or not there would be activities out there with amplified music and hosting of activities, et cetera.
Thank you. Okay, Jonathan, do you want to read the public comment?
Yes, and right before that, for question for the chair and Greg Wolf, the letter was signed by 6 residents. So for the timer, are we multiplying 6 by 3 for 18 minutes, or are we doing 3 minutes for one?
Given that all 6 have signed on to a single written statement and they are not ceding time from 5 individuals to 1, each essentially is afforded 3 minutes of staff reading their written comments. We don't see a difference between 6 speakers standing up one after the other at the public hearing and all reading from the same piece of paper where the preceding speaker left off. So we would support continuing to read it for a total of 18 minutes if need be, to complete the comment.
Thank you.
And I agree, and we meant to talk about that at the beginning of the meeting, so those rules would also apply to the rest of the meeting.
Mr. Fox, if you are putting it up on the screen, if you can have the Word doc or PDF at 100% or greater. I just looked at the YouTube side of things and it didn't look entirely clear when it was at 75.
Sorry. One. Okay, so 100%, 125. To To whom it may concern, to follow up the proposed incoming winemaking, commercial kitchen, and third-story residential business at 3393-3395 Mount Diablo Boulevard. Some neighbors came together and we want to reiterate some concerns. We want to be supportive of whatever new business enters our community, and we hope that it thrives. However, the needs of the current community members should be considered as a new relationship is established, so that all sides benefit and understand each other before moving forward. One of the draws of living in this area is its proximity to local businesses, but over the years, the experience has prompted us to realize that we must raise the issues of noise, parking, privacy, and a few smaller miscellaneous items before permanent changes are made. A reasonable noise level is to be expected in the neighborhood, especially when living so close to vibrant businesses. Currently, however, we feel that the noise businesses generate is substantial. In the summertime, the music and chatter from boneheads filters into the neighborhood. When Wine Thieves, even further away, has gatherings, we hear those as well. To further stress the point, noise from the karate and dance studios come into the neighborhood. Introducing a new gathering place for people even closer than all of these other businesses would significantly increase the disturbances to our neighbors. We are also concerned about the proposed decks in the back of the business. It stands to reason that these would be used to unload deliveries, and so the use of the back lot and garage as a loading dock would certainly have noises spilling over the neighborhood. A 10-foot wide front deck is proposed as well. We are concerned about the noise as well as using a 30-foot deck as storage. Please see picture below. We understand and respect that parking is grandfathered in. Our primary concern is how that will affect neighborhood traffic. If events are to be held beginning at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the adjacent businesses are open and generally street parking is unavailable. By convenience, the Lafayette Orchards neighborhood is the next most logical place for patrons to look for spots. The neighborhood already suffers from the impacts of being used as commercial overflow parking. For instance, we are already living with a situation where there's shared parking in the back with businesses adjacent to Dyer Drive. While that is sound in practice, it does not play out as planned on paper. One business owner has permanently situated his containers and some vehicles in those spaces, leaving employee and other company vehicles from those businesses to park in the neighborhood adjacent to our homes. In 2002, the neighbors came together and successfully advocated for an improved parking agreement. At first, the neighbors felt relief. An 8-hour commercial zone was established on the north side of Dyer Drive, and the neighborhood parking zones were limited to 2-hour and 4-hour spaces on the south side of Dyer Drive, Willow Drive, Woodland, and Walnut Drive. However, those zones are not currently respected, and businesses continue to use the neighborhood to satisfy the parking. The 30-minute parking on the corner of Mount Diablo Boulevard and Willow Drive was instituted for safety, as it is difficult to make a left turn because of the visual obstruction that the vehicle poses, especially an SUV. However, the 30-minute parking is not being enforced. Since the police department is understaffed, the agreed upon rules are not enforced, and the businesses continue to use the spaces. Parking from the new business overflows into the neighborhood, which we believe it will. It creates trash and strangers to a private neighborhood. Our neighborhood has many children who enjoy playing ball, riding tricycles, scooters, and bicycles on the streets where there are no sidewalks. Increased traffic and possible presence of inebriated people are cause for concern for our children's safety. An additional concern is privacy. The photos presented to you by the applicant were taken from the roof of the building, which would represent the living room area. We would like to ask that story poles be placed where the new decks and third story will be, and then have pictures towards the neighborhood to provide more accurate photographs. From the detached pictures taken from the backyard of the house being sold, directly behind and below, it is evident just how much of the back of the property the house can see. Since the business is elevated, the field of vision back in the neighborhood is vast, more than the current picture suggests. The size of the windows in the back of the property also directly correlate to how business visitors can see into the neighborhood. Planters are not a viable option to provide screening because they would contribute to the onset of rot on the proposed exterior wooden staircase and are unsustainable. If a salt fence were put up instead, guests could still walk to the edge and look over the private yards. The fence would also not serve to absorb any noise. A way to alleviate some of our privacy concerns would be to place the ADA stairway inside the building as it currently is, from the existing garage doors to the first floor. Having an exterior stairway would be unsightly. With today's building materials, a wooden stairway would also be substandard and unsafe and unsightly after the wood wears past its useful life. Furthermore, there's already a proposed deck in the front of the property, so a back deck would be superfluous and only exacerbate the issue of neighborhood privacy. We are also concerned with having 3 to 4 caterers working at the same time, as applicant mentioned. That already accounts for 3 to 4 trucks in addition to employee cars. With regard to the proposed living units on top of the business, we certainly understand and empathize with the owner's needs for a steady income. We want to be supportive of our new neighbors' well-being and the need for housing in Lafayette, but again, we want the new relationship to be mutually agreeable for all. If air conditioning is inevitably added to the building, we wonder where the units will be placed. The increased height of the building already cuts off visible access to Lafayette's beautiful hills and tree line, and an air conditioning unit on top of the building would create a further obstruction. Another item that is not drawn is a storage unit for the renters where they can store their bicycles, outdoor equipment, etc. We would assume that the 2 existing basement garage doors will be for the tenants and the storage items and not storage for the winemaking stuff. We're also wondering where the ADA lift is proposed to bring a handicapped person to the 2nd and 3rd stories from the back. It's certainly not our intention to be combative. We're certainly speaking from past experiences and raising issues we see when considering the impact of a new neighbor in the community. We want to establish a good and productive relationship from the onset and feel that open communication should be at the forefront of a relationship. Thank you for understanding our concerns and engaging in a dialogue about this. We look forward to addressing these matters further and moving forward together. We're also unclear as to landscape design. Below, please find pictures taken from the home that is for sale and buildings in close vicinity, as well as views from the neighboring streets. Kind regards, James Rockefeller, 1024 Willow, Marcia Marcellini, 1024 Willow, a property owner from 1025 Willow, 1017 Willow Drive, Maggie Stack, 1017 Willow Drive, and Tamara Wraith from 1024 Walnut Drive. We can also browse through some of the pictures. Picture of Dr. Neelager's home for sale. She and her family are no longer living there. Pictures from our walkthrough during an open house at 1029 Willow Drive. Subject property in the background. Picture taken from the patio of the 2nd living unit at 3393-3395 Mount Diablo Boulevard. Picture taken from the bocce ball court. Picture taken from the deck patio in the backyard. Picture taken from the spa area right adjacent to the fence. Picture taken from backyard at 1024 Willow Drive. Picture taken from Orchard Valley Lane looking at the subject property. Picture taken from Almanor Court looking at the subject property. Picture taken from 3409 Mount Diablo Boulevard in the back, showing existing storage, barbecue on deck, etc., which we would like to prevent. Picture taken from the back of Wine Thieves, which has set up a fenced-in area for their socials, eliminating parking space. Owner has eliminated 5 tenant parking spaces at 3362 Dyer Drive by placing storage containers on parking spaces and parking his trucks and trailer on property. This is below 3369 Mount Diablo Boulevard. Massive staircase on the side of 3413 Mount Diablo Boulevard. This is not what the neighborhood wants to look at. inside front staircases at adjacent building which has a softer presence. And that concludes the public comment.
Okay, are there any questions first? Oh, well, actually, Mr. Thal, would you have an opportunity for responding to the public comment?
Just briefly, I would like to comment with regard to the majority of those photos, which were taken from the Niedlinger property. Dr. Niedlinger did not sign any of those letters. Dr. Niedlinger actually has supported this project. And the residences, Dyer, Woodland, Willow, Walnut, none of those streets border our property. That said, I believe some of these comments relate to previous applications. For example, our plans do not show a wooden stairway, it's steel. The planter boxes that were referenced were removed. And the numbers of deliveries that we would have would be far less than what Napa Auto Parts had previously. They had, my understanding is 3 or 4 deliveries a day. So I understand those concerns. I think that the commission has already addressed the stairwell and the decks, and not asking modifications to those decisions that have already been made. I think at this point, hope that you would be willing to consider hours that are not as limiting. And also, I'm not asking for permission to have commercial activities on the decks, but I would hope that the winery itself could be accessed, the deck from those that are tasting wine, to be able to actually go down and visit the winery. So anyway, thank you for any consideration you're willing to give.
And the last comment you made, that was on condition of approval 7?
The
You're referring to?
The condition that would preclude those tasting wine from being able to visit the winery is condition 7, because it limits access to the 1 floor only that's street level, and precludes them from being able to visit the ground floor, as it specifically references sheet A41, which is which excludes the winery. And then the hours of operation, I was making a comparison to Wine Thieves, that's condition number 9.
Okay. And then the comment you made about, comment you made about design review was that you hoped that you could get some feedback sooner than later.
And that's condition number 11. As parts of condition 11 look like it's a visit of most of the issues that have already been discussed and deliberated and by the Planning Commission.
Okay.
Not typically objecting to the design review process. I understand that they normally look at things that are different than the planning commission. In this case, it's a little bit confusing because this was all one application, which included design review. And it looks like many of the issues that are at least mentioned, for example, the massing model and the scale, that's all been so far under the purview of the planning commission.
Sir, Jonathan?
Yes, just wanted to put out there, happy to provide any response to the conditions that staff put forward and any response to the applicant's requests. You have
Sure.
questions about specific conditions.
You want to respond now?
Sure. For condition 7, and I'll share my screen here. So like Larry had mentioned, the applicant had mentioned that this was a condition that was not put forth by the planning commission, but one that was added by staff to follow what was the intent of that approval, to approve the project, but to regulate the project in a way that would reduce impacts to other properties. So staff added this condition to limit the activities associated with the commercial kitchen and the wine tasting to what was shown on the plan. That was what was reviewed by the commission. So restricting the use to what was shown on the plan seems to be in line with what has been discussed so far. Also, the applicant narrative had not made mention of activities on the deck, and that's something that the noise and privacy is something that the commission had discussed thoroughly over the course of those public hearings. So staff finds that this condition would reduce impacts to noise and impacts to privacy by limiting this conditional use to what was shown on the plan. To address number 9, again, this was not a condition that was put forth by the commission, but one that staff added because as a conditional use, the commission has the opportunity to regulate the time, place, manner of any of these uses. So in the applicant's narrative, and again, what was reviewed by the planning commission during the course of these public hearings is that the anticipated use was Thursday through Sunday, 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. So again, it's restricting to the use to what was presented during the review. As for condition number 11, from the beginning of our public hearing process for this application, the staff had mentioned that the planning commission would review the land use permit and the variance, and if the planning commission was supportive, then they could either have the design review commission, who are our group of local architectural experts, review the design elements as a condition of approval or offer a recommendation of approval prior to the planning commission's final action. So at the last meeting, when the planning commission directed staff to prepare approval resolution, it was added as a condition of approval because that recommendation had not been sought out yet. So I would recommend that 7 and 9 are left as written, and 11 can be modified to not require the applicant to submit a new design review permit because one had been submitted already, but it would still require approval from the design review commission as a condition. Happy to answer any questions.
Are you saying the design review saw it, or it was part of the submittal that the ARC subcommittee looked at?
ARC did look at the project, but the design review commission as a whole body did not offer a recommendation.
They haven't reviewed the,
They have not.
okay. Commissioner, I think Commissioner LeBlanc wanted to say something. And then Commissioner Radnich.
I'm going to modify it a little based on Jonathan's comments. So I just want to make sure I understood. You said you would not suggest changing 7. Maybe I missed that. I was going to say previously that I was in agreement with the spirit of what the applicant was getting at, as I perceived it, as just to not be so legalese and allowing someone to physically walk between decks to get to move. But my only suggestion in adding on their suggestion, where it says the activities, at the very bottom of that section, were just to affirmatively say, however, this does not constitute a primary outdoor activity. So I just want to put out that I'm okay with loosening this a little, but I did want to hear, Jonathan, to my question of, you were saying just not to change it at all because you didn't think it was necessary to allow them to go from floor to floor. Did I misunderstand that?
All right, that's one point I didn't address. So staff doesn't have a concern with it going from floor to floor. They're compatible uses. I think the intent of the condition is just to prevent special events and activities from going outside of the building. So if the commission wants to entertain in modifying the condition to the applicant's request, I think that's something that can be done.
Commissioner Radnich?
Yeah, thanks. Jonathan, can you just clarify? So condition 7, the way it's written, it says activities associated with the commercial kitchen, wine tasting, and components of the project shall be limited to the interior of the buildings as shown on the street level floor plan, sheet A4.1A. Does that mean that activities can only happen on the street level, or can guests tour the actual winery on the ground level? Right, like I guess I'm just not understanding, can visitors still access and tour the winery portion if we passed, or if we adopted this condition of approval as written?
As written, I can see the issue with the condition not allowing the wine tasting to go to the lower floor. So I don't see that as an issue in modifying. Again, it's just the floor plan was set to have each use where it is, and it did not propose any active spaces in the deck that would lead to further noise and privacy impacts. So that's the intent of the condition, but it can be reworded.
Okay, would you mind putting back up, Jonathan, something you shared during the presentation? It was the applicant's thoughts on the edits to the conditions of approval that she thinks. Specifically number 7.
I'm just gonna, I don't want to cut anyone off, but this is what I was referring to. So we're on the left-hand side under conditions of approval in dark, suggestions. I'm okay with that phrase, the activities associated, all the way to the end. My only caveat would be to affirmatively add at the end, however, and something to this effect, no primary outdoor activities will be allowed. I think the way it's written opens it up, and I just want to be very clear that, yeah, people moving around and going up and down, that's not the intent, but to stop that. But let's be clear, we don't want people outside drinking wine. That was the noise concern from the very get-go. And if that's not the case, we should discuss it. But so let's just be very clear if we do open this up to affirmatively state, no outdoor I said primary outdoor activities. I mean, that could be wordsmiths, but that's my point to this.
Commissioner Mason?
I think it's also important to remember that we already reduced the size of the second floor deck by 50%, specifically to address this concern. And I agree with Commissioner Labange, because if it was me, I'd grab a glass of wine upstairs and walk downstairs to see how it's made. And I want to make certain that there's nothing in here that precludes it. I think that the way it's written, it can be interpreted however you want to interpret that. And I'd like to eliminate that. And then for the other one, I am fine with the expanded hours of operation in these economic times. I don't think we should be restricting it to just 3 to 9 o'clock Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Okay. Commissioner Heising, did you have any comments?
Yeah, I'm going to stay consistent with my comments and concerns in the prior hearings. I don't think privacy was adequately addressed, but I'm not going to beat that horse. I mean, I made my points in the prior meetings, so I'll be voting no on this item.
Okay. And Commissioner Maggio, you've recused yourself on.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, so I think I heard consensus that on condition of approval 7, we'd like some sort of minor tweaking to make sure it allows for floor to floor movement, but is clear that it does not allow congregating on the deck by the commercial use, it says. And then for condition of approval 9, the hours of use, I didn't hear a specific sort of time range or expansion. So right now it says what, Thursday to, actually, can you pull it up, Jonathan?
It's Thursday to Sunday, 3 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And Mr. Thal, you were requesting.
The language I suggested was the hours of operation for wine tasting and sales component of the project shall be limited to 60 hours per week and will exclude hours between 10 p.m. and 10 a.m.
Jonathan, where did the 3 to 9 come from?
That came from the applicant's narrative that was submitted with the application.
I can clarify that. At one point in the process, Jonathan asked me to provide a description of what the operation would be like, and I did state that we anticipated those hours. That was, but I didn't think that those hours that we were anticipating when we open the winery and the wine tasting venue would be hours that we would be restricted to for the life of the business. That seems pretty harsh to me. I would hope that we would find a way that, or you would find a way that we would have some flexibility in how we operate our business and what days we operate.
Okay.
Yeah, staff can appreciate that. When we ask applicants to write up the characteristics of their operation, we trust in what they submit and will rely on that submission in order to make our evaluation and recommendation. Mr. Thal is clarifying. I think the neighbors would be concerned and staff would be concerned about 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. quiet time, allowing nighttime activities, evening activities until 10 p.m. So I think staff could support potentially a 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. operation time with no loitering or congregation on the back deck, but allowing for transport from the upper to the lower level to be able for access the two indoor spaces.
Can the commission support staff's recommendation? Commissioner Mason?
I can support staff's recommendation. I personally can't imagine that many people going drinking wine at 9 a.m. in the morning. So keeping the early 10 a.m. I think is fine. I just want to make sure item 7 in the transport from one floor to the other still allows for, you know, getting a glass of wine at the upper floor and taking it down to the lower floor, and we're not precluding transporting wine from one floor to the other.
Okay. Commissioner Farsan?
So is the new suggested time 9 to 9? I just want to make sure. Is that what you're proposing?
Well, that's what staff recommended, and I like the sound of that much better than to 10 p.m. I'm wondering about the days of the week, if there's any restriction there, and whether we need to actually have so many hours per week, or just restrict it with the time and the days of the week.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I would put out there is I think starting at 10 again, Commissioner Mason's probably right. People don't want to start drinking at 9, but I think in the times we're on now, I think people are starting to drink way before 9. I kid. But I just think 10 is a good start time. I'm open to the end time. 9 seems fine to me. But again, I just want to consider the residential neighbors. And I just looked up Wine Thieves. Their hours are 10 to 7.
I think Mr. Thal uses that as an example of what he is striving to achieve, and given what you've just said, we could support that.
Support 10 to 7? Or what do you mean? Or support?
Yeah, I think Commissioner Farzan, Vice Chair Farzan indicated Wine Thieves is operational 10 to 7. And if this operation wanted to use those same hours to be treated equally in that fashion, we would support that.
Hey, Chair,
Lavange?
I'm fine with that. Those might be their hours. Are they limited to that, or are those just the hours they choose to operate? They might, let's just make sure we're clear on that, because I like those hours, but they might have different hours that they're actually limited to.
And I can answer that if I may.
Sure. Mr. Thal?
Also in their website, these are their current hours. But also on their website, they very clearly state that their hours vary. And I've been told by them that there are no restrictions on their hours. That while this is a listing of their current hours, their website says those hours can vary. and they have no restriction from the planning commission or the city council on what those hours would be, other than what's called for in the noise ordinance.
Commissioner Radnich?
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's really necessary that we set the strict hours that the applicant operates during the day. I would feel more comfortable. We read and we heard that Wine Thieves operates about 61 hours a week. I personally would feel comfortable saying that, this service could operate up to 60 hours a week, kind of leaving it open to the applicant and, his own business model that he comes up with, but also recognizing that those hours shouldn't cut into quiet times. And I think maybe if we put, a limit at the nighttime in the morning, that's fine. But realizing that might not add up to 60. But I do agree that right now, these are the hours because it's dark, earlier in winter or something, maybe, it's dark at 5 o'clock. But I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with number 9 as it's currently written. That's restricting a business where we're trying to support business coming to the east end of town and in an area that's already serviced by business. I'm doubtful that Napa Auto Parts operated 4 days a week from 3 to 9 p.m.
I think I personally feel that we don't need to put a cap on the hours per week. That seems to make sense when we're looking at land use permits where it's we've had photo shoots, those kind of things where we're trying to sort of cap the potentially disruptive land use at a certain number of hours within a certain period. For this, I would be comfortable with, I think with 7 days a week, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., just to make sure that we have those quiet hours. But understanding that that's only for the commercial activity and the commercial kitchen may be coming and going from the front outside of those hours. Is that right, Jonathan?
Correct. Previous discussion was that the winemaking and commercial kitchen would be operating 24 hours a day.
Okay. Okay, does that sound, other commissioners that are, yeah, okay. Commissioner Farsan, does that sound fine? The 7 days a week, 9 to 9, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I don't want to restrict anybody. I would actually go with 10, to be honest with you, instead of 9.
10 p.m.?
Oh, 10 a.m. to 9.
Is there, Greg Wolf, is there some sort of rule about businesses that, many businesses open at 10. Is there any kind of sort of city guidelines for that, or?
Not to my knowledge about the opening time for a restaurant or showroom or wine tasting. The fact that it may not be frequented at 9 a.m. Doesn't change the permissibility of it. I think the concern that has been expressed by the neighbors and the commission is trying to address is the elevated nature of the tasting space and its overlook and privacy and noise impacts on it. So the overall project is subject to a use permit, which does give the planning commission the ability to regulate its hours. 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. are the quiet hours under the noise ordinance. That said, you can further restrict the hours of operation subject to a land use permit. So I think the 7 days a week and giving the applicant as much flexibility within your proposal of 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., whether they want to open 10 to 7 or 3 to 9, 4 days a week, as their application initially indicated, that gives them significant flexibility, 9 to 9.
Commissioner Mason?
I think you need to separate out two things. One is the hours of operation, to the hours that they're open to the public. Since you're putting a commercial kitchen in, there may be instances where they want to get in early to cook, to prepare. Maybe not this vendor, maybe a future vendor. And I don't want, and I feel more comfortable if we separated the two issues.
Okay. Well, this is only addressing, the way that it's written currently is only addressing the hours of operation for the wine tasting and the sales component, but not the commercial kitchen. Jonathan, was there another conditions of approval that addressed the commercial kitchen hours of operation or access?
There's not, and the reason that was left out is because the applicant's narrative and the commission's discussion did not limit those hours.
Okay.
Chair.
Yes.
My recollection is that the commercial kitchen was afforded the flexibility of coming in early and working late, but with the understanding and representation by the initial operator who's on the call, on the meeting, that the delivery and ingress egress, all the activity would be internal to the site and using the front door and not operating out of the rear of the building.
Right. Okay. Okay. So Commissioner Mason, are you comfortable, since this conditions of approval 9 is clearly calling out the wine tasting and the sales component?
Yes, I am fine with the expanded hours.
Okay. And is there a consensus? Do I have a motion? Is there, it sounds like there's consensus for 7 days a week, 9 to 9. Does anyone want to move this limit to from 10 to 9? Okay. Yeah, I feel fine with 9 a.m. Okay. Does anyone want to make a motion to approve this resolution with the amendments that we've discussed? Commissioner Radnich?
Yeah, I'm gonna just pull it up here. Okay, I move that we adopt Planning Commission Resolution 2020-07, approving the requested land use permit L04-17 and secondary applications subject to conditions, but with the following revisions. So item number 7, as discussed in Jonathan's, in the revised condition of approval, basically limiting, outside gatherings but still allowing access to the winery downstairs. Revision to number 8 regarding Jonathan's recommendations to reword the parking language. Revisions to condition of approval number 9, basically to say that the operations can occur 7 days a week, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And revision to condition of approval number 11 as presented by staff, which was to remove the word submit, I believe, Jonathan. That's it.
Second.
Chair, I believe your audio is muted.
Sorry, somebody was yelling for me from the other room, so I muted it. Okay. Okay, so we had a second by Commissioner Labange, and we'll do a roll call vote just for heck of it. Commissioner Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Radnich,
Aye.
Commissioner Labange,
Aye.
Commissioner Farsan.
Aye.
Commissioner Heising,
Nay.
and Commissioner Stern, my vote is aye, and Commissioner Maggio has recused herself on this item. Okay. Great, so we'll close item 6D and move to item 7A, continued public hearings.
Chair. So the motion carries 5-1,
Right.
with one recusal. And there's a 14-day appeal period.
Okay. So moving on to item 7A, design review, permit 0419, variance 0819, tree permit 2519, EP Madigan and Son, Inc., special retail business zoning. And we are ready for a staff report.
Good evening. Just a moment.
Would anyone like a 5-minute break right now? Yes. And then that would give Renata
Yes.
minutes to get set up. Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break. It's 9:12. Do we need to leave? I guess we'll leave everything on.
Yeah, I'll put up a note in case anyone comes to view and doesn't hear anything and just sees a static map that will reconvene at 9:17.
Okay, looks like everybody's back and it's 9:17. So we can reconvene and we're ready for the staff report.
Alrighty, just a moment. Can everybody see that all right? And everyone can hear me fine as well?
Yep.
Great. Alrighty. Good evening, commissioners, staff, and community members. Before you is application DR 0419, which is a request for design review to construct a new 2-story commercial building at 100 Lafayette Circle in the city's downtown. It also includes secondary applications for a variance for the side yard setback, a variance for parking requirements, and a category 2 tree permit for the removal of 21 trees. Tonight, I plan to highlight the land use and parking variances of the project for your consideration and feedback. While there are many design elements to the project, staff requests the commission refer the project to the Design Review Commission for aesthetic considerations. This application is required to be heard by the Design Review Commission, but has not yet been heard by that body. The Design Review Commission heard a study session in 2017 and was generally supportive of the project. The commission offered comments for the applicant, including changes to the corner elevator penthouse design and consideration of site improvements for lighting and walkways. These changes have been incorporated to the proposal presented today. The project is located on the former site of the Lafayette Chamber of Commerce, which burned down in 2017. An existing commercial building remains on the north end of the property, which can be seen in the rear of the parking lot on the right of the top image. Staff have also provided photos from a recent site visit to show the current conditions. The proposed design for 100 Lafayette Circle meets a 35-foot roof ridge height requirement for the SRB zoning district, as well as the open space requirements. The SRB zoning district also requires side yard setbacks of 10 feet when adjacent to residential uses. The applicant is seeking a variance to reduce a portion of the western setback to 5 feet, highlighted on the site plan in red. Staff does not believe this would create privacy or light penetration concerns based on the designs of the proposed project and the forthcoming neighboring structure. The landscape design includes the removal of 21 trees, many of which were severely damaged by the fire. After the publication of the staff report, staff received public comment correcting the required mitigation to 36 15-gallon trees for an in-lieu fee of $9,360. The proposed landscape shows 17 trees to be planted on site, and staff recommends that a condition be provided for some combination of planting and payment of in-lieu fee to mitigate the impact of the tree removal. Staff distributed this application to a number of referral agencies and received comment from the city engineer with concerns about development in the AO flood zone at the southern portion of the lot. The city engineer recommended a flood hazard study be conducted by a certified floodplain manager to determine what, if any, modifications to the design would be necessary to mitigate flood hazards on the site. Staff requests that commissioners provide direction on whether the study should be conducted before the commission approves the project or is included as a condition of approval. The site has an existing 30 parking spaces, which have been grandfathered in. All building area over the original building square footage must be parked to current code. The applicant is seeking a variance to the parking requirement and has proposed 28 parking spaces. While the building is planned to have office and retail tenants, there is a potential for a restaurant to occupy one of the ground floor units. A restaurant tenant would mean a significant shortfall in parking capacity. Staff recommends further consideration of the parking needs for the site and its potential future uses. As this is a project over 5,000 square feet in the downtown, public art is required and will be included as a condition of approval. The applicant has begun discussions with the Public Art Committee and will develop proposals once the project is approved. Staff finds this project complies with the intent and the purpose of the downtown specific plan and the general plan. The proposed project establishes public access to the Happy Valley Creek and satisfies that goal of the Creek Master Plan and the downtown specific plan. We find that the project creates a desirable development and would be a positive addition to downtown. And staff recommends commissioners review the application as it relates to the relevant findings, plans, guidelines, and provide comments and direction to applicant and the staff.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of staff? Commissioner Mason?
Can you overlay the flood area with that first floor building plan?
I can try and do a side-by-side.
Renata,
Yes,
I have that slide that I can share.
okay. Thank you, Clay.
If I can operate my computer correctly. So, Commissioner Mason, this is the existing this is the existing building that burned down. This is the existing one that remains. The overlay you're looking for, these yellow dotted areas are where the new building footprint will land. So you can see within the floodplain, it's landing approximately in the same location as original. And then a small stair tower to the north lands within it. And obviously the existing building.
So basically, I'm happy to punt that to the, as part of the plan review process. Concerns are basically, you might have problems with the location of the elevator because with a 4-foot elevator pit, that puts it 5 feet underwater, and then just disruptions to retail and restaurants. Structurally, I don't think it would make a problem because it's only from the presentation 1 foot above a grade.
Any other questions for staff? Commissioner Badnich?
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Do you mind going back to your figure that had the red rectangle box on it where it's highlighting the portion requesting the 5-foot setback? Yeah, and if you don't mind zooming in just a little, so one concern I have, I'm hoping you can also tell us for the project to the, I assume that's the west?
North.
North. What is proposed right there? Isn't that residential?
Yes, that's correct. It is residential. And we have evaluated the design alongside, oh man, why is this not?
Renata, again, I have the floor plans for the neighboring parcel on my screen if you want to see them.
I had the elevation pulled up, but it's not showing.
So perhaps a suggestion would be to allow Mr. Fry to make his presentation and then come back to any questions of staff after you've posed questions to the applicant, because it sounds like the last 2 questions of staff, Mr. Fry is either going to address in his presentation or is promptly able to respond to.
Sure. Okay, Mr. Fry, we're ready for your presentation.
Chair Sturm, commissioners, public, staff, thank you very much for the opportunity to present. As Craig Wolf mentions. I tried to actually anticipate all your questions to the best level that I could. So as staff pointed out, we're at Lafayette Circle on the corner at the entrance to the retail downtown and on the entrance to the residential adjacent to it. This structure burned down approximately 3 years ago on or about July 26th. It was originally built back in the 70s. This is the original rendering of the building. This is the original site plan. The apartment buildings to the east. The proposed residential from Lennox Homes is to the west. The creek is to the north. Two-story office building. The existing site plan was that office and restaurant was located here, and office was located back here, and parking was located through here with a driveway here and the main pedestrian entrance here. I was retained in November of 2017, and I was requested by the Madikins to evaluate the feasibility of simply putting this back just the way it was. It turns out there's a provision in the City of Lafayette's ordinance that could occur. The Madikins also asked what could occur. So one of the first meetings I called was with Greg Wolf, Narup, Stephen Falk, and sat and discussed the downtown goals for this parcel and ways that a new design potentially could engage the Lennox Homes property, the downtown, and the creek. Lennox Homes, we met with them. Their courtyard actually faced the other way, and they had a property line wall here. I actually used to live in these apartments and understood the general plan rather well. So what we proposed was more of a retail entrance, potential sidewalk cafe, setting the building back, creating retail frontage along this edge, creating a tower element on the corner to signify gateway into the retail downtown from here, and moving the parking around the corner, and then taking a cue from the general plan and the downtown guidelines to create a parking plaza in the back. This actually did quite a bit. One, it creates that nice urban front here, shields all the parking, and allowed Lennox Homes to evaluate flipping their building so that their courtyard faced our green space and our what I refer to as a pocket park. We have two paths, a western path and an eastern path that both provide pedestrian access to the back building and then tie into the potential bridge that Lafayette's dreamed of since, I don't know, forever. I spent time with creeks and walkways discussing the two paths, discussing the bridge, discussing where the bridge should go. I had a meeting with Will Elder and his team. I had site meetings with walkways to discuss driveways, new sidewalks, how these paths get constructed. I had extensive meetings, 3 with the fire district to understand how the paths could be used to assist in fighting fires, both to the residential to the west and the residential to the east, as well as get to this back building. The second floor is office. There's an exterior walkway on the backside. The second floor of this building is still office. It is a pitched roof design, which then keeps the mechanical tucked into mechanical wells on the backside and allows you to articulate the front sides visible to the public. And you can see in section how those tuck into the roof so that when you're out here on the street, you just see a nice roof line. We took special care at the request of staff in design review to heavily articulate work on massing, detailing, materiality to attempt to capture the what used to be referred to as the village character of Lafayette. So you can see that in section, it's a heavily articulated profile. There's change in materials, there's change in plan, and there's custom lighting that's shielded and downlighting to create accents at entryways. The typical retail and lobby entrance sort of is of this queue with a bay window, Juliet balcony, metal signage, and again, it's heavily articulated and profiled in material step and change. The really nice point about this project as it's evolved over the last 3 years in working with staff, walkways, creeks, the neighbors, is it culminates in the opportunity to create a bridge passageway from this parcel directly onto the public access easement creek walk that's on the backside of Postino and the backside of the clock tower building. My client is proposing to champion getting this bridge built as well as paying for it. We've talked to the Arts Commission about having the railings be commissioned by an artist. Before Stephen Falk left, he introduced me to an artist that builds bridges for a living. We've been in contact with them to obtain a budget so that this bridge can create a direct entrance from Mount Diablo into the residential area in the back, which is an overarching goal of walkways and creeks to finally make that connection. As Mr. Mason previously, we've been in touch with Balanced Hydraulics as well as the Kennedy and Associates to obtain proposals and preliminary evaluation of the bridge, which will require extensive set of approvals, but conceptually it should work. Engineering is a detail, but it appears to be placed correctly. It appears to land correctly. There's lots of engineering that I need to go through should the bridge be embraced as a concept. The front building that we're proposing is, this slide does it best. You can see that the ground floor will sit here. Within the floodplain ordinance of the city of Lafayette, you have requirements that if you don't set the finished floor of commercial above the FEMA floodplain, then the building needs to be designed to be flood proofed and flood gated. As this is commercial, that's permitted to do. The application proposes that that would occur. With respect to the issue that Mr. Mason brought up with the elevator pit, the elevator pit would require a sump pump and a grease interceptor, oil interceptor to keep that dry. I have built buildings 15 feet into San Francisco Bay, so we're familiar with how to floodproof and waterproof those items to ensure that they continue to function and work. This small retail space at this corner is out of the floodplain, and this is where the driveway would be. And our hope is that, and I also have a detailed exhibit that shows the exact footprint overlay of what would be in and out of the potential floodplain. And then hopefully it all gets approved and it looks something like this, where we have proposed with art on the front of the building. And the reason that we've done that is in my discussions with the Arts Commission, God forbid we can't build the bridge because of some unforeseen condition or of approval with respect to Army Corps or anybody else that has to review and approve that. We have a secondary art location. We've also discussed having the light fixtures be local craftsmen as well as some of the metalwork and doors. And we've talked about collaborating with the Arts Commission to obtain artists and approvals to make the building more than just buying things off the shelf. You can see the lit archway that the cars go into the auto court. We have a small retail space on the left, which has glass that turns the corner to create that gateway element down the path on this side. You have the potential for the sidewalk cafe element that's here, and then the other path that goes around the corner. Mr. Wolf will correct me if I'm wrong, but when we started the discussions about parking, the discussion came that we had 8,000 square feet of an original building, which included a 3,000 square foot restaurant that had 30 spaces. So by right, my understanding is if I put the building back, I could put everything back that was there, nothing more, and park it with those 30 spaces. So the question before the Planning Commission is, when I increase it by 3,000, my understanding is that has to be parked per code. But I could have the original 3,000 square foot restaurant be contained within that 8,000 square feet. But any restaurant above 3,000, like 3,001, that next 1 square foot would trigger the current parking requirement for the additional square footage. So I would ask staff to clarify that, because my understanding is slightly different than what's in the staff report. With respect to the setback to the east, I'll figure out how to do this one day. Setback to the east along this side is a fully compliant 10-foot setback. The setback to the west here, there's a short section that's 5 feet, and then it opens up and is fully compliant. So the request for the variance is for this short section. The plans for the neighboring parcel that I have,
Mr. Fry.
on the ground floor, you can see this is from the Lennox applicant. The ground floor, they're showing this 10 feet back, so this is drawn correctly. It's actually right there.
Mr. Fry, I muted you momentarily just so that you could hear me announce that your 10-minute time for presenting has run. So you can absolutely entertain questions from the commission. So I'm going to unmute you now. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay, do we have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Mason?
For the record, I should state that Mr. Fry and I have a previous working relationship. I have not worked with him in over 10 years or so, and I see no reason to recuse myself.
Thank you. Commissioner Radnich?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I'd just like to ask, which I think you're about to describe, but if you can just speak to me and to the commission a little bit about the requested 5-foot setback on the western portion of the project site. Thanks.
Of course. So the Lennox Homes parcel proposes a work-live unit with, I'll zoom in so it's easier to see. They have glass facing the entry walk. They have a large expanse of glass facing forward. They have an expanse of glass facing this way. And then it's essentially a blank wall that tracks the entire length of the parcel. So this is ground floor parking garage and storage. There's no windows in it. There is a flight of stairs that goes up to their deck, which is here. Again, the concern would be where this edge of this building faces this edge of this building. And you can see that there's kitchen windows, but they're past the setback point. There's one living room window, but the majority of the windows face forward towards the street. So if I had to guess, that's 70% blank wall facing this side of this building. And the next floor up is identical to this. So where the pinch point is, there's a high degree of privacy on their side, just fundamentally the way they've designed their building. I think I took the liberty to actually dimension the length of overlap of their building to this building where the pinch point is. And there's 15 feet where it overlaps. And in those 15 feet, there's that window and blank wall.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, I've got a question.
Commissioner, your question?
Oh, I was waiting for the chair to respond. Okay, I'll go. So my question is, were there any conversations with the adjacent developer? Because it's seeming to me that there's going to be two paths. There's going to be one for your project and one for their project. And I think I read in the staff report that both developers had conditions of approval to build the bridge. So I'm wondering if there were, why there's not more sharing of amenities going from Lafayette Circle in a shared path that could serve both projects, and then perhaps sharing in the cost of the bridge. And then my other question was, who's going to maintain the bridge?
So yes, there were extensive discussions in an attempt to create a path that would split the property line. A cross-access easement was discussed and an agreement couldn't be reached. Therefore, we spent, I don't know, maybe a year discussing this internally about how to create a nice path if this project never got built, and how to put a bridge in if this project never got built, because there's no assurances that either project would ever get built, even if they're approved. So in studying the design of this edge of Lenox Homes housing project, as I mentioned, it's majoritively a blank wall. In order to get their project approved, they had to propose a path. And so they show a straight walkway in their design at the moment. The intent was, if this project got to move forward, that we would build the entire path, maintain it, take care of it, provide the public access easement, landscape it, and that they could then abandon their path as a hardscape and do a nice soft landscape edge. So essentially the path would have landscape on their side, landscape on our side, which would help screen the majoritively blank wall on their side. And then their stair could tie into this path right where this quote unquote pocket park is. The bridge would be owned, maintained, and built by the sponsor of this project and land on their building. That's the current proposal. Lenox Homes, I believe in their conditions of approval, were required to provide a pro rata portion of funds to help build the bridge. So I would assume those funds would go towards that, or I'm not really sure how that works out. But the bridge has a public access easement over the top of it proposed. It would be built and maintained by the Madigans, as with this path, as with that path. If this concept is approved, and then I would suggest that Lenox simply landscape the face of their building, because it's currently a one-story tall blank wall, except for a short section right there and the stair. So I think a landscape buffer with the path moved 5 feet away is actually a better solution than having this path split the property line. And as I said, we designed it 3 ways. And ultimately, I think this way provides the best path. And in discussions with creeks and walkways, they did review this, they did share that opinion. In our proposal and our conditions that we're placing on the front of our documents, which will be reviewed, it states that we will then sit with walkways and creeks and collaborate on the exact layout of the path, the exact materiality, signage, lighting, benches, et cetera, et cetera. So the fine details will go through another round of detailed review and approval by those 2 bodies, as well as arts. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that answered my question, and then it triggered my other question. So speaking of blank wall, on your other property line, you have detailed in the landscape plans a fence, a green fence, but I saw it in plan view, but I didn't see any details. At least I couldn't find them. Maybe they were there, but I was trying to figure out how tall that fence was and how much of the blank wall? Yeah, that east elevation. I
So
was trying to
this
figure out
elevation,
how-
what this
Yeah, the
elevation
east-
shows is a full height espalier, which means essentially 15 feet tall. Landscape espalier. Again, this stone wall will receive that element as well. And the apartment building runs from about here to about there. I know the owners of that apartment building. I met with them to discuss how to buffer and landscape the bedrooms and kitchen windows that are on the ground floor facing that. We believe that we've done that to their satisfaction. I believe they've reviewed the plans subsequently. So we're planting basically a landscape screen wall here, pushing the path away and then meandering it. And then our espalier runs all the way from here and then actually runs in a small planter there. So we believe we've provided them well, privacy and buffer within that 10-foot landscape setback. Unfortunately, their building predates all these rules and is only 3 foot away from the property line. We've offered to landscape their 3 feet when we do this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, I keep forgetting to unmute myself. Commissioner Maggio.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I really appreciate the efforts you've gone to coordinating with the residential project. It can be kind of tricky with 2 separate parcels and not knowing if one or both projects will actually get built. So I'm hoping that coordination continues and it's successful. Couple questions for you. Again, I'm going to ask you a little bit more about the apartment home side to the east. I'm a little concerned about the views for the tenants. And I'd also like to know how you're handling the trash collection and pickup, because that can be kind of noisy at times and smelly and all of that. So tell me just a little bit more about those views. It looks like, what, 13 feet to the espalier wall?
Yeah, we're required on this side to have a 10-foot setback from the property line to the face of our building. Currently, we have that and we're landscaping it. There are bedroom and kitchen windows along this edge. I believe there's 5 of each, maybe 4 of each. And so we're trying to heavily landscape and buffer this in 2 layers. And there are no windows in the office building side, so that you don't have cross view access. The floor-to-floor heights in this building are approximately 9 feet. So it's 18 feet to the top plate. This is an office building. We're 15 feet to the floor line of the first floor. You're actually taller. I think I have that section. I'll have to go find it for you. We have a trash enclosure, concrete block, sealed. Apparently would either be this way with staging and then wheeled out to the street for the trash. I have not had a conversation with waste management as to how often we would service this. So the goal is that you take it into the parking court. We do have the archway here tall enough to put a fire truck through. So theoretically, a trash truck could come in, pick it back out, go away, or you could stage it on the street, as many commercial spaces do. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm still concerned about light to the tenants' windows. They may, you'll have it planted, but I'm concerned about the level of light after the construction.
The setback in the district with the height limit is set up to provide the proper amounts of lights. That's why you have the increased setback requirement in the SRB district adjacent to residential, is to provide that 10-foot gap. In theory, if this was a new building, the gap between here and here would be 20 feet, and there would be more than adequate light based on the zoning. I can only really do my half. The building that we're proposing to the eve line is so 16 and 13, 20 and 30 feet, which is 5 feet lower than the height limit at the eve line, which is the advantages of a pitched roof. So you have a building that's fully compliant with setback and 5 feet lower than the allowed height limit, which should provide adequate light and air to their side.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Labange?
All right, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. The one thing and we've already talked about it, is the access to the west side, which faces, I don't know if it's still called the residence of Lafayette Creek, whatever that proposed residential is. I looked on the city's website for their application, and it actually shows the overlay of this project back when theirs was applied for, just probably to show future massings. And I think you mentioned this earlier, the setback was, the pinch point on the west side was not as much of a pinch point. And so now you've moved in closer right there, exactly. And so and I liked what you said earlier, and if there could be coordination, that would be great, because they're 5 feet and your 5 feet make 10 feet, which to me is great. But I guess what I'd like to throw out to you, and maybe the city can help if there's some city portion of the answer that needs to be, or planning portion that needs to be answered. If they don't play ball, and the easement part is the 5 feet on your side, I think that would be a mistake to only be that wide as a public amenity to draw people through, because to me it would really appear to be not the public space, even though there's placards proposed. So maybe you could just talk to that, like what other than hoping that they play ball, and that's actually not to scale, right? Because your side is actually much closer.
So so our design was actually done before they flipped their design. So we haven't moved our wall since I originally drew it, and it went before DRC plant, whatever it's called, study session. So they pulled this back to 10 feet when they did this drawing. So it's actually halfway between there and there for that portion. And I can do an overlay between these two, because I'm assuming we're going to be coming back to see you. So they have a small landscape buffer, and they have a 5-foot path shown. I'm showing a 5-foot path. The goal here would be to not have them build a portion of their path, probably starting about here, but you end up with a nice paved throat here with landscape on the edges to soften as the building hits the ground. And then the path would pick, the public access easement would start here, and the path would run down. So if I jump back, sorry to keep doing this to you, but if I jump back to this slide, sorry to make everyone sick. So you can see that this space right through here is the opportunity for the entrance in the throat. Their building steps back, our building holds the corner. So your entry statement is kind of right there. And if, you know, that landscape that they show here could certainly stay. It's a nice feature, and they're showing paving right through here, and we're showing paving all through here. So I think there's an easy way to do an overlay that says, you know, you guys don't have to build that path. You can tie into this one. You can get a nice landscape buffer here, which then our landscape buffer starts here, theirs starts here, and you end up with that nice landscaped gateway to the single width path that goes through. This 4 foot wasn't arrived at by me just picking it. We spoke with staff, we spoke with creeks, we spoke with walkways about an appropriate width, and it felt for the space and the landscape 4 foot was the right number that was selected. You can see that we're lighting this side, creating the pocket park here. We have a bench, seating, specimen tree,
Can you
placing this right where their stair comes down. So
Blake,
that's
can
the
you go
concept.
back? Sorry to interrupt. Could you go back to the street right on the view you're on? So right where the street is. Okay. So is there any eventuality that the residential could do that would block their portion of that path, like a fence or anything else?
No, neither party is allowed to build a fence. It's in the conditions for them that they can't build a fence on that line, and it's been made clear to us that we can't build a fence on that line. The goal is to create a path that is, in my opinion, provides access from the street to the bridge and is appropriately landscaped on both sides. The easiest way to get the path built is that one party builds it, because then there's no easement. I mean, going into a cross-access easement with an HOA on a private parcel, because this is condominiums, I don't see that. Well, I know that won't happen because the conversation's already broke down. So I know the city wants a path. I know they want a path. And I know that everybody pretty much wants landscape on both sides. And I think this scheme does that.
I guess the part I'm missing, and I get that, and I think your heart and intent is in the right place, is if they don't seem to want to play ball, what can the city do in kind of cajoling them to work with you such that there's one unified, you know, wide enough path that makes this whole thing worthwhile? That's really what I'm trying to figure out. Does the city have, you know, Greg or Renata, does the city have the ability to say, work with them to give one unified path? Or could there be an eventuality where we have a 5 foot section at the throat at the entrance and that's it? That's really it.
I guess I'm not being clear yet. So the distance between here and here is 10 feet. And the intent is this 10 feet right here is a 10-foot entrance and throat of paving, so that there is an obvious moment here that this is where you go in. And then the path slenders down as you get deeper into the thing. So it's like this is the foyer, and this is the hallway that takes you to the pocket park, and then takes you to the bridge. That's the concept. So my hope would be is that they would keep their planter, they would keep the paving kind of to there, right through there, and we would pave through here. And then they would landscape from there back. We would landscape from there back. They would pave to tie into this plaza. And then they would landscape this entire edge till they get to their landscape back there. And the path would all be on the Madigan's property, which makes maintenance of it, cross easements easy, public access easy. It's one parcel owner that's basically providing the city everything and gives them access across.
All right. I hope you're right. That sounds good.
Well, I'm just telling you, my hope is that if this diagram, so the next step in my brain is if this diagram is acceptable to the Planning Commission, and if the variances that are being requested are acceptable to the Planning Commission, then that allows me to go, okay, fundamentally, they like the idea of the path, they like the idea of the bridge, they like the idea of the setbacks. Go develop this entry moment. You know, create a landscape plan that both parties can agree to. That's essentially what I hear you telling me to go do next.
So I think there is some public comment that can be read into the record, and then the applicant has the opportunity to rebut. But I think your questions are well taken about how this pathway pans out development-wise in design and then construction. So I think if we talk about the project macroscopically, we can come back and speak to the pathway in greater detail.
Okay, so we're ready for public comment then. If does anyone else have any questions of the applicant that they need answered now? Okay. All right, we're ready for the public comment.
Okay. So our first comment is from Lafayette resident Jana Corey. Lafayette Planning Commission, I saw a rendering of the retail and office building proposed to replace the one destroyed by fire. I find the design very appropriate to Lafayette's character. In addition, the paths and creek crossing I understand are part of the project will be a nice addition to the pedestrian circulation in Lafayette. Finally, we all appreciate you keeping business moving forward the best you can at this time. Thank you, Janet Corey, Lafayette resident. Next comment is from Bruce Witten. I'm writing on behalf of the Witten family to express our concern regarding the proposal to rebuild the above referenced project. We are owners of two parcels, 81 to 87 Lafayette Circle and 91 Lafayette Circle to 12 Witten Lane, which are immediately southeast of this project. These buildings are currently occupied by Lombardo Music, the Performing Academy, the Art Room, and 6 additional residential homes. We also own the nearby shopping center that includes the Cooperage coffee shop and a few other retail tenants. We are pleased to see the applicant pursue a reconstruction and are optimistic that the city and applicant will soon arrive at a quality project. However, I would like to note our opposition to the substantial shortfall in parking. Please require that this project be appropriately parked according to city requirements. Anything less puts both our retail and residential clients at risk. Please note that the Griggs project proposal for the current Dallas location is also vastly underparked, but it seems like the city might have to allow it due to legal threats regarding historically appropriate city parking requirements. Imagine the parking pressures in the immediate area if this project is 10 to 30 spots shy of needs and the Griggs project is 10 to 20 spots short. People will inevitably cheat and park in our tenant spaces, damaging their businesses and quality of living. And this is just for these two projects. What happens when others in the neighborhood rightfully pursue their redevelopment rights? Neither this project nor the Griggs Dallas project should be allowed to have the excess parking overflow from their projects to estimate the parking balance of the neighborhood. I would note that the recently approved project on the adjacent lot to the applicant meets and exceeds its parking requirements. For this reason, I spoke in support of that project on multiple occasions. Since the neighboring lot can meet the requirements, I'm confident this project can be redesigned to achieve similar parking ratios. Once adjusted, I will likely become a strong supporter. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Sincerely, Bruce Witten. Sorry, everybody.
Okay, that's it for public comment?
No, there are more. Apologies. I'm not sure why my PDFs are not displaying. Here we go. Sorry about that. Next is a comment from Kathy and Fred Abbott. Dear Planning Commission members, we have looked closely at the proposal for development of a retail and office building to replace the one destroyed by fire. We consider the proposed design to be quite consistent with and appropriate to maintaining Lafayette's character. We believe it is important to see additional office space built as a number of office buildings are being taken down and replaced with housing. The paths and creek crossing will provide a benefit for pedestrian circulation in Lafayette. We support a parking variance as we strive to ameliorate greenhouse gas emissions and reduce traffic flow. The setbacks between existing and proposed appear appropriate to providing a good pedestrian experience. Thank you for your consideration. With all best regards, Kathy and Fred Abbott, Lafayette residents. Next is from Eve Necellini. I have reviewed the proposed retail and office building to replace the one destroyed by fire. I find the design very appropriate to Lafayette's character. I'm pleased to see more office being built when many office buildings are being torn down and replaced with housing. Paths and Creek Crossing will be a nice addition to the pedestrian circulation in Lafayette. A parking variance seems very appropriate as we strive to cut greenhouse gases and reduce traffic. Thank you, Eve Nicholini. David Lytle wrote, I had the opportunity to review the proposed retail and office building to replace the one destroyed by fire. I think the design would be a good fit for Lafayette and would blend in nicely with the neighborhood. Glad to see retail and office space being proposed for this site. The paths and creek crossing would be nice for pedestrians walking in the area. A parking variance is very appropriate as we strive to cut greenhouse gases and reduce traffic. Thank you. As a Lafayette citizen, I support this project. David Lytle, 3 Butler Drive, Lafayette, California. John McCormick wrote, this is regarding item 7A, DR 0419, V 0819, and TP 2519, EP Madigan and Son Incorporated. We are owners of Lomrinda Music, which is located at 81 Lafayette Circle, directly across the street from the proposed development. We are very gratified that construction is planned for the unsightly vacant lot and think that a high quality commercial building will benefit all businesses in downtown Lafayette. However, we are very concerned about the request for a variance on the parking requirement for the project. The current design is 12 spots short of the minimum requirement for general retail commercial development, using 3.3 spaces per 1,000 square feet. This is already an acceptable shortfall, maybe even greater if a restaurant leases a spot in the building, as restaurants have an even higher parking requirement. Parking is already one of the main concerns of customers that shop downtown. Do not make that problem worse. There should be enough land on the parcel to construct a commercial building that will meet the goals of downtown Lafayette and its adjacent businesses, as well as provide adequate parking for its customers. Sincerely, John and Colleen McCormick, owners of Lomrinda Music, 81 Lafayette Circle. Jane Smith submitted the comment, hello Lafayette. I am pleased to learn Lafayette growing in offices and retail instead of housing, which we have no room for more people in our crowded streets and schools of Lafayette. I personally witnessed the La Finestra burn with water flooding the street that awful night with my children. To have a retail office space, retail office is what we need in Lafayette to fill that hole in our town. I find the design perfect for Lafayette's charm. I am pleased to see more office being built when many office buildings are being torn down and replaced with housing. Stop the housing. The paths and creek crossing will be a bonus to the walkers of Lafayette. Again, more charm. A parking variance seems very appropriate as we strive to cut greenhouse gases and reduce traffic. Thank you for keeping our town charming and adding to the community. Well done. Jane E. Smith, Lafayette, California. From Paulette Vincent Fry. Hello, I have seen the 100 Lafayette Circle design and love it. It fits the area, the space, and it's perfect for Lafayette. We need office space. We need these beautiful paths, lovely to walk through. And the creek crossing with the walking paths is great for getting from one part to another like a village. It is a win-win for everyone. I understand there's an issue with the parking variance. By all means, yes, grant it. Reducing traffic and all of us doing our part to cut emission issues for now and our future is the right thing to do. Thank you, Paulette Vinson. And that is the final comment from the public.
Okay, great, thank you. At this time, the applicant can respond to some of the public comments if you'd wish. Mr. Fry?
He's unmuted.
You need to unmute, we can't hear you.
Greg, am I unmuted?
There you go,
Yes, you are.
Yes, the parking is one thing we didn't discuss. So the shortfall, well, I did discuss it, but the shortfall is 12 spaces. And we believe that the 12 space shortfall is appropriate. I mean, it's a variance requested. And so the question is, why is a variance being asked for? So the shape of the site is one of the findings that has been listed in the staff report. I think there's a whole series of findings that we, staff and I helped develop in understanding why this particular site in this particular shape would be eligible for consideration for a 12 space shortfall. If the restaurant space exceeded 3,000 square feet, and if my interpretation is correct that the original 3,000 is grandfathered, so let's say a 5,000 square foot restaurant showed up as a tenant improvement after the building's approved, after the building's built, what happens? Well, as part of their planning approval, they would be however many spaces short. The city of Lafayette has multiple mechanisms to deal with that. One is they deal with off-site parking. They purchase shortfall parking at whatever the current shortfall is that gets approved or denied up to council level, I believe. Or their application can't be parked and they simply don't build it. But the shortfall that we're showing is for the office space only. We believe that the Cross Creek access, which provides direct access across to BART, puts you quote unquote within walking distance of BART. Therefore, as a quote unquote transit oriented idea with pedestrian paths, that those 12 spaces probably aren't needed. But you know, that's what a variance is about. It's coming up with reasons why this particular site in this particular configuration doing these particular things, which are of benefit to the project and the city and the community at large, justify those 12 spaces. Other than that, I liked most of the comments.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, Commissioner Heising?
Yeah, through the chair, I was wondering if could staff talk about parking a little bit? I'm looking at page 7 of the staff report, and there's a matrix there. Staff's scenarios A and B show shortfall of 10 and 29, but the applicant was speaking about 12 spaces. And then earlier up in the page, there was a comment about grandfathering. And my question is, are 30 spaces grandfathered, or since there were 30 spaces in the old project, the existing project before the fire, and it says 35 were required at the time, so they were short 5, is what's grandfathered just 5 credits? Or are 30 parking spaces pulled over and grandfathered? I'm just confused with all this parking, because I too have some concerns about parking.
Yes, Greg and Sarah, feel free to jump in because you were there. If you want to take over, please go ahead.
So I think Mr. Fry's characterization of our early meeting, and with the understanding that this was not a voluntary demolition of the project, that this was essentially an act of God, that they do have essentially the right to rebuild in kind. So they could rebuild to the existing square footage that was on the property before the fire with the parking as it was. And so taking that as a starting point, we are applying any delta. So if they are increasing, then they need to park that out at the current code. And Ms. Annalyn will correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
So they're getting credit for 10,324 square feet, the old building footprint.
Correct.
And so are we assuming commercial and retail, or are we assuming there's a restaurant?
So in theory, the previous use contained a restaurant. And so that essentially they were underparked by 5 with that restaurant inclusive.
So if there's a restaurant in the new project, the staff's matrix on page 7 says they're 29 spaces short.
Scenario B, right?
Correct, right. Yeah, that's the restaurant scenario. And then the non-restaurant scenario is 10 spaces short. That just seems like a lot of spaces short to me.
Parking is my biggest concern about this too. Everybody knows that area. Unfortunately, everybody drives to that area and they want to park in that area, particularly if there's going to be a restaurant there too. I wish people walk there, but they don't. There's always a battle royale for parking in that area.
Commissioner Mason?
As someone who frequented the restaurant that was there, La Finestra, quite often, I think what gets lost in some of the parking is the typical hours of the restaurant do not overlap with the typical hours of the office. Anybody that's going there for lunch most will walk from a neighboring business. Anybody that's going there for dinner, 6, 7 o'clock, typically weekends. But the 20, 30, 40 times I ate at La Finestra, I never had trouble parking in their parking lot, or at worst parking on the street right in front of there.
Okay, any other commissioners want to comment on parking or any other questions for staff or the applicant? Mr. Fry?
I have one question on the parking calculation on page 7, the 10,324 square feet. I don't know where that number's coming from. Because the plans that I have
Area of the Chamber of Commerce building and the small commercial building in the rear.
on the documents that I have that the buildings were built from and measured, the parking square footage of those buildings is 8,952 square feet. So we should compare notes to get the square footage and the parking calcs aligned, because you have different numbers than I have.
Okay. We can review that and.
We need, I mean, we have a couple of takeaway to-dos, and getting the square footage and the parking calcs lined up, I think, is an important one, as well as setbacks and landscaping.
If that's correct, that seems like that would make the parking shortfall greater.
Yeah, if the existing is less than 10,000, then you're going to need more parking.
Mr. Fry, could you talk about, did you all, I mean, I think that the parking layout looks efficient, and I see how the shape of the site is affecting your circulation and, you know, the way you can lay out parking as well as the building. Did you all look at any sort of creative parking solutions? Like, we're seeing a lot of parking lifts and, you know, that's the most creative.
The short answer is yes. We actually had lifts proposed that would cover the 10 space shortfall as I calculate it. The calculations that I have are on sheet A2.1 in your package. You're welcome to look at how I arrived at the numbers that I arrived at on that sheet. We could easily add parking lifts. The parking lifts were removed from the project, and the 10 space shortfall was proposed in the project as a requested variance. We took the money from not building the lifts, and it turns out that building the bridge and building the lifts is about the same price. So we figured the community benefits of building the bridge for the city and the public access easement, rather than just contributing $25,000 to the future bridge, which may or may not ever get built, was a better expenditure of money on the project than the 10 parking spaces. The city also has the mechanism that you can buy your way out of the parking shortfall. Again, that money could be done. The project sponsor and in conversations with various and sundry people at the city, seemed like building a bridge was a better use of those funds than purchasing parking lifts or buying your way out of a parking problem. So as Mr. Mason mentioned, you know, there's probably another option where we look at the hours of parking for the restaurant, which currently isn't proposed in the design, simply retail space. But on the off chance that a restaurant showed up, you do a parking study on off hours of operation of office, 9 to 5, hours operation of restaurant, you know, 4 to 9, 10. And shared parking, I think there is a mechanism in your code for analysis of that. So the short answer is yes, we looked at lifts. The longer answer is we decided to spend the money on the bridge and ask for a variance.
Commissioner Labange?
I just wanted to say that I would prefer if we could do a mechanism where we said general retail, and this would be, first of all, after the parking delta with the discrepancy of numbers are rectified, but assuming the numbers that are in the staff report, if I knew it wasn't going to be a restaurant, and actually I would love it to be a restaurant, but then parking's more of a concern. So just on parking, if it wasn't going to be a restaurant, I would be okay with it as is. And all I would ask is, could we do a mechanism that says it's approved for general retail? If you in the future want to do a restaurant, there's another opportunity for the city to, you know, mitigate the parking issue by conditioning you with something or seeing where it is at the time, as opposed to a blanket opening now, where, you know, we might find out later it is a big issue. So I'm just trying to signal kind of where I would be okay with, which is as retail, okay. Restaurant, I am a little concerned. That's all.
Commissioner Radnich?
I guess I disagree with that a little bit, in that, you know, the rendering on the last page of the staff report shows sidewalk tables and umbrellas, and I definitely understand that it's a rendering, but a lot of the presentation was also about how nice it will be to have, you know, active use and, you know, cafe tables out. So now to hear that that's not really even a planned, you know, hoped for use, kind of caught me off guard. So I don't know what the solution is in terms of the parking, but I think it needs to be looked at now, not down the road, depending on what use may or may not come in there, because there's no guarantee that a retail will last more than 4 months or, you know, 2 years or something like that. Yeah, that's my thought on parking while we're talking about that.
Commissioner Heising?
Yeah, before, I want to come back to parking, but I want to just say a couple positives that I see about this project, because we started jumping into that path and now parking. I want to say that the positives I see is the addition to this downtown area and this echo some of the comments from the public. The addition to the downtown area of this commercial and office mixed use space, I think is great. I think it mixes well with the residential downtown there, and it'll give the residents something to frequent and go to. I really like the connectivity with the bridge and getting across the creek. So I was a little concerned when the applicant just said something about if the bridge is built, and maybe that's a question for staff. Is there a question if this bridge is going to be built, or will it be? I mean, if we have two developers with conditions of approval to build a bridge, I would think we could get it built. And then coming back to parking, I don't think we should feel like we're put in the situation of picking and choosing between parking and the bridge, because if we do have that other developer that's conditioned to pay for the bridge, why can't this developer pay for the bridge with the neighboring project's money, and then still do the lifts in the garage and address the parking? So that was my thought on parking, because I don't think parking, I think there's a big problem if there's a restaurant there, and I think there's still a problem if there's not a restaurant there.
So I can speak a little bit to that. The 100 Lafayette Circle, the 210 Lafayette Circle project adjacent was conditioned to pay a portion of the bridge. And so I want to say it's like 36,000 or something along those lines, which is not enough to cover the entire thing. So it has to be a collective effort. And then in terms of if the bridge gets built, I believe Mr. Fry was referring to sort of the various other agencies that are required in order to make that happen. Department of Fish and Wildlife and the adjacent property owner across the creek would also need to be on board.
Commissioner Maggio?
Thank you. Couple questions for staff. How much time do we have left on this project, number one? Number two, can staff work with the Mr. Fry on our parking concerns and return to the commission with a set of solutions to address these parking concerns? Because I think there's a consensus here that most of us are concerned about parking. And number three, could staff also confirm that we do have that aggregate 10 feet at the entrance of the path, which I believe we do, regardless of what the residential property project is proposing. So we do have those setbacks to develop. So we just want to confirm we've got that 10 foot at the mouth. Thank you.
So with regard to the pathway, the 210 Lafayette Circle project was also conditioned for a pathway that 5 feet. So in addition to this one, it would be 10 feet total. And the goal hopefully is to have them work together so that the materiality is the same, and to condition them to not allow fencing or barriers in between, so that it would in fact appear as one path wider than 5 feet.
Since it's a setback for both of them, there'd be no reason for them not to work together to do this.
I totally agree with you, Karen. And if I could add, I'm looking at the SRB zoning, and it speaks to emphasizing pedestrian use. So I think it's really important that we have more than a 5 foot entryway to that bridge in that one path location. And if you look at the cross section AA on sheet A1.3, both those buildings are pretty high, and if you have such a narrow walkway through there, you're kind of walking into a canyon, if you will. So you've got a 3-story residential complex on one side, and then you've got a 2-story office or commercial building that's the same height, 35 feet. I think it would just help if we had a more inviting entry way going back towards that bridge.
Commissioner Mason?
First of all, I want to say I really like the project. One of the things I do like about it is the opportunity for outdoor seating, which is, I think, one of the real benefits of all the restaurants in that area, is there are opportunities to sit outside. As I understand the project, is that if this goes forward as planned, that we will have the bridge, right? And I'd rather take that now and give up some parking rather than, maybe get it sometime in the future. Just from a project standpoint, at some point, I would rather deal with it now, the parking issue. My personal feeling is there's less overlap of time with retail versus restaurants, and I'm a little leery about parking lifts in commercial structures. Typically, they are in residential structures where people are used to dealing with it, rather than people in where you typically will have dedicated parking, rather than people just showing up and not knowing how to use it. From an operational standpoint, my understanding, and Mr. Fry can correct me, is they'll need to, if they think they may have a restaurant there, they will need to design that in, because a restaurant will have different ducting, different mechanical needs for ducting for the commercial kitchen that you would not have in a retail. So they would need to know that going in one way or the other.
Commissioner Heising?
I think Anna was first, but I'll go ahead. So back to the parking, we're struggling with the parking. I see kind of a simple solution that hasn't been discussed. Why not just make the project smaller? Therefore, you don't need as much parking. I mean, there's a lot being crammed on this lot. So is that something that can be considered? I'm just making that rhetorical question in earshot of the applicant.
Commissioner Radnich?
A couple things. I personally do like the active space along Lafayette Circle. So both what's on the figure, what figure is this? A2.1 is just the figure I'm happen to be looking at. So I do like, it's called retail space A and retail space B. I personally like it. I feel that once you kind of get to that apartment building to the east, once you pass, the coffee shop and American Kitchen, that you do have, on the opposite side of the street, the art room, but then I do feel it kind of just stops abruptly. So I personally like this amount of active space. I do like Commissioner Mason said, sidewalk cafes. That's something personally I look for if I'm going out, to eat in Lafayette or anywhere. I like the idea of outdoor seating. I do think parking is an issue. I'm hoping we can come up with a solution. I do agree that stackers, for people who are coming and going, in short durations, I don't think it's safe and practical. I do have a concern though, I believe it was Commissioner Mason, I think, brought up about, knowing what the use is going to be, because again, we're hearing that, there's cafe tables and, outdoor seating, which leads me to assume restaurant. I personally used to work above Chow 7 or 8 years ago when it was office space, and the trash for Chow was disgusting. It smelled really bad. it was everywhere. And then the grease trap when they come, to clean that out. So I would like maybe for the applicant to also revisit the trash enclosure. My understanding, looking at the same figure, was that you would basically walk the trash along the pathway, which passes entrances to the current retail space, and then out to the driveway. So I'm not sure if that's rolly garbage cans like we have at home, or if that's, a dumpster, but that seems awkward to me. And I'm not really sure where it would go after it gets to the driveway. So again, I guess that ties back to what is the real intent that the use, what is the real intended use for the project for space A and B? Just a out loud thought, rhetorical.
Commissioner Farsan or Commissioner Labange, do you have comments?
Sorry. So all I was going to say in actually to Commissioner Adamich's comments was, so I think you guys all know I'm in retail. I will say that a certain amount of this to me is that the market will decide. So if a developer builds something that is completely underparked, either people poach, which is one of the comment letters that we received, or as a retailer, if you don't have enough parking, it's less desirable. And if it's less desirable, you're going to pay less rent, and there's going to be less demand on it. So that's where the market forces decide what will go there. So I just want to, wanting to know what's going to be there, and I agree, I want to know too, 2 years from now, it could all change and be something else. But if a really high parking demand user wants to come there, they're not going to come there because they don't have enough parking to really satisfy, this is not who would come here. But think of In-N-Out Burger. I had this conversation with my daughter about drive-throughs. They do not do new stores without drive-throughs. They do have some out there, but they don't, because they've realized that's their model. They need to have a drive-through. So somebody who wants to come here is going to come here knowing that parking's a concern. I also think of Joe and the Juice, that space. Great location, horrible parking. And I think we'll see that over time with who goes in and out of that space. So anyways, I'm more of the mindset of letting the market forces do this to a certain degree. But I also brought it up earlier that, if we wanted to not over legislate this, but wanted to have a little control, we could just say, okay, it's approved, but if you want a restaurant, then we have to look at it again, or somebody has to look at it and see how far at that point is it off the mark. And that's kind of still my position.
Commissioner Radnich?
Chair, I was just going to ask you, can you just kind of reiterate for us what our job is tonight? So if you look at the agenda, let me pull this up. It's my understanding that we're reviewing this, that this is an introduction of the project, allows us to refer the matter to other committees and commissions. So my understanding is that we're providing direction and thoughts to the applicant and staff, not like.
Yeah, my understanding was that we're providing initial feedback that will then be forwarded to design review, and then we're also giving staff some direction as to who else we think should review the project.
Yeah, so I guess my point is that's my understanding as well. And so I've heard a couple themes, and I don't know. I mean, it's not our job tonight to decide yes or no on the project or on the nitty-gritty details.
Right. I think that we're hitting the high points and looking at, the variance, if we can make the findings for the variance. I mean, I think and staff can chime in, but I think this is a review, this review needs to have some meat. We need to look at the variance findings and the parking issues and give some direction that the applicant can act on prior to the, as the project moves forward. And the next body to see this would be the DRC. Is that right?
That's what staff is recommending.
Okay. So I think all the comments have been in line with what we're supposed to be focusing on.
Can I answer the question that was posed, Madam Chair?
Yeah, usually once you've made your presentation and your rebuttal, then.
I understand. I perceived that one question was asked about this potential retail space restaurant, and as it relates to parking and the possibility that it could create an undue burden of parking. If you'll notice, the restaurant space is designed to be less than the 3,000 square feet that quote unquote is grandfathered in, as Greg Wolf mentioned. So the restaurant in that space can't get bigger than what it was originally and parked originally, because we purposely designed it to be less than 3,000 square feet. So the idea that a 5,000 square foot restaurant could show up and cause a problem physically is not possible.
Okay.
And yes, Greg's right. We would have to deal with shafts and grease traps and trash. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Mason?
I'm working from memory. There are some of the people there such as Mr. Chair, Commissioner Heising may remember. When we had the presentation of the downtown retailers, and one of the things they mentioned was a desire for more pedestrian traffic at night, walking from place to place. They felt it would help restaurants and retailers. And I think that this project would go a ways towards doing that, regardless of the parking. The fact that it doesn't have parking, the requisite parking doesn't really bother me, because it would mean people would be walking and things like that.
Commissioner Fassan, did you have comments?
Not anything more than what's already been said. I think the only thing, if we're going to talk about the parking issue, I like what Commissioner LeBon just said. Is it going to be commercial retail use, or is it going to be restaurant commercial retail use? It would be good to have that determination up front, so we can at least have some boundaries about how large that variance is going to be. And I didn't say this before, but I like the design. I like the aesthetics of the building. I think it's going to add a lot to that area. That I think everyone is going to look forward to. So I think we're on the right path. And everybody's made their comments. So that's why I'll leave.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll sort of echo other commissioners' comments. I also like a lot of aspects to the project. I like this linear plaza and the way that the building addresses the corner, but also sort of softens along the pedestrian right-of-way, because the pedestrian right-of-way in that area is on the smaller side. So I like that they're giving a larger amenity there to pedestrians. I like how the building fronts the street and the parking is in the back. I think that's what we're always looking for. And then also, they're providing this pocket park. And I think while the fire was horrible, this is a really special opportunity for these two projects to redevelop at the same time. And I'm glad that they're working together, and they've been able to coordinate their designs, and this pathway back to the bridge is great. I also like that there's multiple pedestrian pathways on each side of the lot, which is, I think, when we are looking at these projects in the downtown where there's a connection to the creek, or or some other amenity like the Edmwood Aqueduct Trail, it's great to have as many pedestrian access points as you can, and to make them visible like this one will be with the larger sort of plaza piece at the entry to the shared path. I think in terms of the parking, I think if there's a way to maybe get some extra spaces in by doing tandem parking or something else, if there's a way to massage that a bit, that would be great. I did have a question about fire access. I was looking back through the staff report. I didn't remember seeing comments from the fire department, so I don't know if you know, if the parking is as sort of, they've crammed as much in there as they can, and fire access is playing a role in how that's laid out. But I was thinking, you know, with our new parking strategy, we're looking a lot at shared parking, and the location of this project and the fact that it's going to have sort of pedestrian routes in multiple directions, I think lends it to coming up with a creative strategy for shared parking. So, you know, they have sort of a broader reach because of the bridge, I guess. And I was gonna ask Sarah, do you know, when we looked at our parking inventory, I don't remember what's like directly on the other side of the creek. Are there pockets of shared parking there that could play into your strategy?
It is the clock tower building directly on the other side.
Okay. In terms of the variance, I appreciated the applicant. It was a great presentation. I'm really glad that it was helpful. I think the plans are great, and I think it's helpful that you thought ahead and sort of addressed all of our questions preemptively. And I appreciated all the thought that went into the design of the corner of the project where the variance is requested. And I think that I personally can support the variance because of, you know, the landscape buffer and visibility issues, privacy issues have already been sort of thought through there. In regards to Commissioner Heising's comment, I think that, you know, the building is sizable, but I also think that there's a good balance of open space to building. So to me, I don't think that it's overbuilt. I think it works. I think that's sort of all I've got. In terms of what other bodies review this, maybe staff can weigh in. So it's definitely going to the DRC, which I don't think that's a question. Does the Creeks Committee need to look at this? Like, I guess it's going to the Public Art Committee for that piece when that comes up. Is there anything else that you would recommend?
Just recommending design review at this point. So it would go to design review and then come back to Planning Commission for final action because it's a new building in the downtown. And with that, actually, we would need the applicant to agree to a permit streamlining act extension in order to make sure we have enough time to do that. Mr. Fries.
What's the current date?
April 20th.
So if this is the first time that we're seeing it, why is the deadline date so soon?
I believe it was because it was scheduled and then there were several instances where it got continued.
Okay.
So if possible, I'd like to just summarize and then maybe we can make a motion to forward it to the Design Review Commission. So what I heard the Planning Commission have concerns about was regarding parking, wanting to come up with a strategy that addresses that, possibly as it relates to the use, but maybe a creative alternative to parking. Some additional information about the trash enclosures, making sure the pathway connection is specifically has that 10-foot wide at the front and then connected as possible, as much as possible. And then the thing I didn't hear about was the floodplain study. So the city engineer had requested that be done, and the applicant is requesting that be done as a condition of approval. And so we're just seeking some guidance and direction from the Planning Commission on that particular point. And then ultimately, we'd like to continue to forward this to design review and then bring it back to Planning Commission for final action.
Commissioner Heising?
Yeah, just regarding the floodplain study, if it affects or possibly could affect the footprint of the project, I would think we'd want to do it now, just so we knew the answer to that.
Commissioner Mason?
The only concern I have, as long as I know it doesn't affect the footprint, I would be content to move it along and let that be handled during the plan review stage. And if the applicant was willing to proceed at their own risk, then so be it. I wouldn't want to hold up the processing of the project for a floodplain study.
Commissioner Maggio?
Yes, I just want to make sure that staff refers a couple issues to DRC to really look at. Again, the trash. Anywhere you're moving carts, it's a path of grease. I've operated and developed a lot of restaurants, so you want the shortest path as possible and not all the way around. From collection to pickup, you really want to shorten that path and really look at how particularly a restaurant is maintained. Deliveries, drop off, garbage, things like that. They need to be incorporated in the design now, because then trying to maintain around them, you don't want the path of garbage where the general public can see it and things like that. So just thank you.
Commissioner LaBonge, do you have a comment?
I just wanted to make sure that the applicant, whether it comes back, when it comes back to us, but I would really like to see an elevation of the front with the path. Right now we see an elevation of the building and the path is on the left edge. You don't really see it. We see some profile or something. I would like to really see the front with the path dimensioned, and then the next door, whatever you can get from the residential, because I think that's going to be one of the best parts of this and an otherwise very attractive building. And so I really want to make sure we get that right.
Commissioner Heising?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm clear on page 9 of the staff report where it says towards the top, findings required for variance. It doesn't specifically say. We're talking about 2 variances here. One, which Chair you mentioned, the 5-foot width over where the path is. We're talking about, and then the other variance is the parking itself, right? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sarah, also in forwarding this to the DRC, I think they'll look at this, but I think there's a lot of aspects to the design that I really like, and there's good articulation. The thing that caught my eye is that it's very repetitive. And so I guess from a massing standpoint, if we could ask the DRC to look at that and work with the applicant on maybe breaking that up a bit. Or maybe having the tower element, differ a little bit from the other bays. But I mean, leave it open to them, but that's just an aspect of it that I'd like them to look at. Commissioner Radnich?
Yeah, I just want to go back to the flood hazard study for a minute, since that was a specific request that staff was requesting feedback on from us. So I heard one commissioner say they'd prefer the study now. Another commissioner say that they're fine with the study being a condition of approval. And so I understand both sides. So staff, wanted to ask you, so what would the process be if, let's say, the flood hazard study was a condition of approval? So the project goes through, the process right now. They're ready to do their building permits, but before their permits, they have to do the flood hazard study, and they find out that they can't build, that portion of the project within the flood zone. So then what's the project, or what is the path forward from there for redesigning the project? Do they start with a new application? Do they have the ability to go back to design review? So I'd like to ask that before I say the rest of mine.
So it depends on the scope of the change. So if it does change the appearance of the structure or the height or any of those things, it would have to go back through the process.
Commissioner Mason?
And
we'll just
go ahead.
I personally think that more is being made of the floodplain issue than needs to be, because we're only talking about a foot. So worst case scenario, you raise the pad a foot, you lower the roof a foot, so you have the same overall height. The floodplain issue goes away unless they're really, really off and it's 3 or 4 feet instead of 1 foot. And that's why I'm perfectly comfortable, deferring that and not making the applicant wait.
Commissioner Radnich?
That's basically what I was going to say as well. So I would support it as a condition of approval.
Commissioner Heising?
Yeah, since I made that comment, I can support that. I guess I just wanted to be clear that then the applicant would be like Commissioner Mason said, they would be moving forward at their own risk. If there was a big change or there was an issue with the floodplain, that they would have to perhaps redesign or change the footprint or whatever.
Commissioner Mason?
Independent of the requirements for conditions of approval, they may end up choosing to do it, raise the pad, lower the building anyway, they could avoid having to maintain flood insurance.
My thought is, usually I like the applicants to have all the information they need before going through this process, just because I can't think of that many other examples, but there was one example where the project had gone through planning approval and gotten approval, and then they finished their soils report, and that changed the scope of the project. And then at that point, it sort of pushed the city in a way to, rather than redesigning the whole project, to approve the changes they needed to make. So that's my only thing, that once it gets that far along, if I can't think of how there would be a negative aspect to that with this project, unless it was just somehow the change was necessitated that we may not have otherwise approved. But at that point, we're sort of, there's some pressure to approve it because the rest of the project's been approved and it's getting close to construction.
I definitely recall that example, and I think in this case, it's a little different in the sense that it's a brand new building that they're designing, whereas the other one was a renovation. And had we known that it would go through a full demolition, we would have maybe asked for a different design. But in this case, it's a new building, so I think it's reasonable. It's sort of that balance between the applicant expending too much money before they know they have the ability to build it. So I think a condition of approval is reasonable in this case.
Well, and the other issue with the study is the timing, right? That it would take some time for the study to be completed. Okay. So sounds like we have consensus that we're okay with that as a condition of approval, with the study being completed as a condition of approval. Okay. So let's see. So Sarah, you were sort of going through what you had heard, and then Anna started to sort of recap too. What else do we have? Do we have enough comments on the variance? When we talked about the parking, do we have consensus that about the variant, the 5-foot variance?
Generally speaking, I heard everyone was pretty supportive of that as a variance.
Okay. Okay, so any other comments from the commission? And everyone's supportive of it going to the DRC next? Okay. And does staff need a motion from us for this one? Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion? Commissioner Ranich, would you like to make a motion? Oh, Commissioner Maggio, would you like to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion. I move that the DR 04-19 and BO 8-19 and TP 25-19 be referred to the DRC for design and then brought back to the Planning Commission for final approval.
Any comments on the motion? Okay, do I have
I'd just add that I would add a friendly amendment that we need to address the floodplain since that was specifically called out by staff. I think we need to work that into the motion.
Well, maybe the motion is before it's a DRC with the comments that staff has heard tonight, or specifically what the floodplain study could happen as a condition of approval.
I thought we decided that it was fine as a condition of approval, that the study would be done, but as a condition of approval.
Is that good enough for staff or does it need to be worked into the motion?
I think that
Good.
works. I think we have your comments.
I see thumbs up from Greg, so.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Heising. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries unanimously.
And since there was no final action, there's no 14-day appeal period. Mr. Fry, thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time and efforts. That's greatly appreciated.
So we'll move on to the next.
Okay, next item. We have no new public hearings, no other business. Commissioners' reports. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share? Other than, well, actually, I'll go first. A belated welcome to our newest commissioner, but our commissioner with the most experience, Karen Maggio. We're so happy to have you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Sorry we can't have an in-person meeting for your first meeting back on the Planning Commission.
I really look forward to working with all of you. It's too bad we didn't have a chance to get together before the meeting. And unfortunately, I had to recuse myself on all of that consent calendar. But you could imagine I was just biting my tongue.
Chomping at the bit. Well, welcome. We'll look forward to seeing you in person at the table. Okay. Something else I was gonna say, but I'll ask for the planning director's report. Greg, do you have some news under the planning director's report?
2 items. One is we received public comment on the consent calendar for item 6B, the terraces of Lafayette, requesting that that item be pulled off the consent calendar and discussed in some way, shape, or form, potentially regarding the format of the meeting on the continuance date of April 27th. Under advice of our outside legal counsel on the matter, his recommendation was not to pull it from consent, to discuss wanting to very strictly adhere to the time limitations, the number of limitations on public hearings, which went into effect as of January 1st of this year. It is not entirely clear that the project, which began in 2011, is subject to those 5 meeting deadlines, but it is our intention to act accordingly and meet those, to not have that matter be a point of litigation, if you will. So that is why the item was not pulled off consent and discussed, but rather continued to April 27th. Currently, the shelter in place order extends until May 3rd. And so at this point in time, April 6th, the April 27th meeting would be a teleconference meeting, not dissimilar from the one that the city council conducted earlier today and the meeting, this current meeting that's wrapping up. So there will be ample public notice and opportunity to comment, and there may be changes between now and April 27th based on public health orders or other direction from the state. Regarding more broadly, all applications, as I think we noted at the beginning of the meeting, the governor's orders have relaxed some of the Brown Act requirements regarding commissioners and council members participating remotely, posting at those locations, allowing the public access to those locations, providing the public with a physical space where the members of the public can congregate and make public comments. So those aspects have been relaxed and need not be followed, be in keeping with the shelter in place orders and the public health orders. So our actions heretofore and moving forward will continue to abide by state law and any relaxation of state law. So that there has been some relaxation of those requirements with the understanding that business has to continue. And so in that vein, heretofore, the governor's orders have not relaxed any of the statutory timelines, the deadlines that we are obliged to meet. So you spoke about a few statutory deadlines that the applications would need to meet, and we need to meet those. And so we've received no relief in that currently. I know that the California League of Cities and others, including ourselves, are asking for some relief to be able to have some extensions with respect to statutory deadlines, but thus far that has not come from the state. So starting approximately 3 weeks ago, we began operating remotely as a city offices and a planning department. In about a week's time, several days, we ramped up everyone working remotely and having full access to their work computers, the server, their desk telephone. So if you call anyone in our department, it will reach them at their current desk. which happens to be at their place of residence. And we, in week 2, implemented a virtual planning counter, which is operating each afternoon and staffed by a planner. And I don't know that we got one visitor on day 1, but it has increased every day since then because the word got out. The word hadn't gotten out on day 1. And so since then, we've gotten a lot of positive feedback, people being able to access a live planner in the moment. We're always available via email and phone, but you can access the virtual counter each afternoon. And we've been asked to, even when the shelter in place orders are lifted, to continue the ability to essentially come to the counter or meet with a planner virtually over digital platform. So that's been positive feedback.
Commissioner Mason?
For the future meetings, this especially for the terraces, can we revisit the opinion that if you have a dozen people signing on to a comment, they each get their 3 minutes? I thought that our previous rules were only one person could cede the time, so that'd be 6 minutes tops, and they had to be there. What I want to avoid is what recently happened at the county level at the Board of Supervisors, where they had 2.5 hours worth of public comments and the staff had to take turns reading them off. And considering how many people voted for Measure L, I could easily see a joint report with everything on 100 people signing on to it and, you know, reading at it for 2 hours. And I'd like to avoid that.
Absolutely. I think we can ask the city attorney to weigh in on that. In the moment in today's meeting, we made a call. I don't know that it is precedent setting moving forward, but I think it is worth engaging the city attorney, who is not available during this meeting, not in attendance rather. And we can discuss that with the council as well, just to get clarity under the new current paradigm, what the protocol should be.
Greg Wolf,
thank you.
You mentioned that our council, along with other cities, is reaching out to the state level to maybe ask about relief on the PSA deadlines. I had a brief phone conversation with our council liaison, Councilmember Bliss, and it sounded like, do you know if the council's going to be looking at that issue at their meeting this coming Monday? Do you know if that's something?
I believe that is something they will discuss this coming Monday, a week from today.
Okay, so we'll wait for that, but I did ask Councilmember Bliss's thoughts on whether the Planning Commission should sort of join forces, if you will, with the council. And he thought, you know, depending on where the council comes down on this and what communication they want to send to the Office of Public Affairs, we'll see what they decide, and then potentially at our next meeting, we could discuss whether we want to sign on with the council's letter or write our own letter, like reiterating what the council's saying, just to put another voice.
Yeah. So, you know, for the planning department, it is essentially business as usual. The shelter in place orders, the first and second, affected construction. So essentially the stuff that begins largely after the planning department has done our work. So we are continuing to receive applications. We are continuing to process and review applications that have been submitted, and continuing to have hearings and deliberations and take action and review construction drawings and the like. So we've made provisions to essentially continue all of our services, albeit in a different paradigm, working remotely. And when we do need to go into the office to pick up plans or stamp off something physically, we're abiding by the social distancing. But
I have one other question for Greg Wolf. I just noticed that there are now 2 vacancies on the DRC. So they're still able to meet because they have 3 people, right? What's the status on filling those vacancies? And I don't know where I heard this, but I heard in the past that there was some discussion about the DRC maybe coming under the Planning Commission as a subcommittee, sort of put the 2 bodies together. Is there any renewed discussion on that with the turnover on the DRC, or and what's the status on interviewing to fill the vacancies?
And perhaps I can invite Sarah to weigh in as well. We solicited applicants to fill a vacancy on the Design Review Commission. I think we have about a half a dozen or more. And so we're poised to schedule interviews. With the initial 2-week shelter in place, we were reticent to go ahead and schedule those, particularly because our attentions and efforts were directed towards transitioning all of our services. Hopefully at some point this will settle into more of a routine, and we will engage the council member liaisons to the DRC and engage the chair to discuss appropriate timing for those interviews. I think some preliminary conversation, anytime you have to rebuild the majority of a commission, particularly one that is largely advisory to the Planning Commission. I think it merits asking the question, is this a commission that needs to continue on, particularly if there has been high turnover? And so we can pose that question to the council liaisons, and it can be agendized for a city council meeting if they think it's appropriate to do that.
Okay. Any other? I think we're done. All right. Good job. I think this is pretty smooth. Thank you for staff for working out all the kinks and setting it up and taking us through a test run. And thank you everybody for participating. And there's no other comments, then I'll call this meeting adjourned. Oh, Commissioner Mason.
I just wanted to say you did a wonderful job, Chair Sturm. That I think you exceeded all our expectations. And on a personal note, Commissioner Farzan, you look like the little cartoon with the light bulb going on over your head when you have an idea. So
I'm glad that's where you went. I'm glad that's where you went with that and not anywhere else.
It was either that or a halo, so I took the easy.
And also no one had any pets or kids running in. So that was pretty big achievement with the number of people on here. I was pretty sure someone was going to come in and ask me something inappropriate.
Hey, don't laugh. I had somebody kids were about your age, your kid's age, and somebody ran through buck naked in the middle of a conference.
No exciting things like that tonight. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everyone.
Good night. Stay safe.
Good night.
Good night.